Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. Welcome to our Foxhole Fridays. I am troopersjp, and this is The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax Plus campaign. And how are all of you doing? I'm just making sure that you can hear me, and you technically can. That's great. I am happy about that. How's it going? How are you all doing? What's new? What's
Us,
exciting?
us or them?
Everyone, anyone,
Hi.
everyone. Oh, okay. So right now, I'm gonna have my players introduce themselves because I love them more than you love them. So just in case you were wondering about how that goes, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I have no questions for today because I just have shenanigans for later. I'm gonna just jump into it. So first and foremost, the uh, hmm, the uh, the chiller, the thriller, the super duper killer, Rocket. Who are you? Who are you playing?
I really did not realize that was coming to me. Hi, everybody. It is me, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, and I am playing the Harlock, who, interestingly enough, is probably more actively a spy than some others among us, and was not called out for that recently. So that's exciting. Um, but yeah, it
We have
has.
proven you weren't a spy.
That's right. By
Also, did
not
you tell
speaking of it.
anybody? Yeah.
Also, right. Exactly.
I was trying to be transparent about my
Yeah.
past. Yeah.
No.
Well,
Well,
that shows you what happens when you're transparent and honest.
You know, I've real learned my lesson. Learned
Yeah,
real good.
don't ever do that again.
So a bad
Um,
spy is what Quint is. You figured
yeah.
that
um, but yeah, that's what I'm doing. We'll see where that ends up going.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see. Um, let's go to our next player, the clone who likes to bone,
mm-hmm.
the noble with
Mm-hmm.
the global noble, Cord,
Interglobal noble.
interglobal noble.
That's right. Hi, everybody. It's me. I am the clone that likes a bone. Not Severence. It's me. I'm a twin. So it works here. Hi, everybody. I hope you're all well. I am Mythomatic or Cord. I've been sick the past week, so I'm glad we didn't get to play last week, even though it would have been hilarious because I probably would have been way more of a Chaos Goblin than I normally am. But I hope you all had a good 2 weeks off, and yeah, really, I don't have nothing else to say. Do we? Do you want to know? Do you have any questions? Do we have any questions?
No question. I just
No
want you to say who you're
questions.
playing so that I can jump into it. That's all.
Okay. Oh, all right. I'm playing Captain Baron Severance or Admiral. Sorry, excuse me, Admiral Baron Severance. There's other titles as well. I forget them all, but they all still count. He is a renegade clone from the Imperium who has been stowed away on Drinax his whole life. So he has grown up with that nurture of being Drinaxian. Therefore, he is Drinaxian. And he also has sort of faked it until he maked it. He faded until he made it, as he is faking it until he's making it. Faking it because he's making it because he's faking it. We'll figure it out. Anyway, we'll figure it out in post. That's Captain Admiral Baron Severance. How was that? Was that good? We've got enough content there. We can chop
Sure.
up into a good intro, right? All right, good.
Up next, the spy who's the apple of my eye. One who cannot fail, although is still in jail. Laugh, live, and
Okay, yours are way better than mine.
You know, it happens. They're all better than my segues. So it's me, Laugh Love Lindy. Hi, hello. Greg's laughing because he knows how bad they are. He's been victimized of them multiple times. But yes, I think he was there for the worst one I've ever done, possibly ever. On an Aliens game once. It was so bad. But yeah, I'm not as terrible. Maybe today I will be playing Quint Vesper, the former Soulsec spy, Cirque du Soleimani performer, member of the Soleimani Navy, and kind of an Imperial Scout, undercover Imperial Scout for a bit. And I was a question mark pirate prisoner on Drinax. But at least I'm not getting sent to the gravity wells. So, you know, there's a silver lining. to this
Right, it could be worse.
situation until the drama happens, until Trooper traps me with NPCs that I can't escape from because I'm in prison and there's no window.
I don't think I would do
If only
that.
there was a window.
I mean, I might. Oh yeah, my volume is super low. Sorry about that. I'll get it.
Yeah.
fixed.
Volume
yeah,
is low.
Yeah, I had to. I was noting some things that I had to fix and working on that. as
Also,
we
Trooper
speak
and I have a
right now.
charity stream tomorrow. Check it out. Do it. I'm announcing it now. Maybe we'll do it again at the end
Okay,
while he fixes his
yeah.
audio.
Yeah, it's absolutely. That won't fix me there, but that'll fix me here. That's fine.
Woo.
What was I saying? Yes. What I was saying was. Now you distracted me. Let me see. Oh, all right. How about next? Our player, my oh my, the one who likes to fly, the one who is so fancy you already know, is in the fast lane from Drinax to also Tokyo. Ari.
Hello. I don't know what that beeping noise is, so hopefully none of
It's
you
me.
can hear it. No, I think this is outside of my ears. It is outside of my ears. There's something happening outside. But anyway, hello. I'm Ari _Ventures.
Your building's on fire.
Probably. To
Just-
be fair, if it was, I would
Look
be
at
in a
this
lot of
dedication.
pain because, you know,
Uh-huh.
listen, you guys, I'm not leaving until the fire truck hauls me out of this. I'm just
That's
kidding.
right.
No, there's not.
Determination.
This is the highlight of my week, man. Also true though. Also true. I'm playing Terrica. They have historically not called themselves noble, but have more recently started to use that title, along with Envoy and Pilot. They have lived on Drinax before and know a lot of people there, and a lot of people know them. And we are starting to see some of the things that happen when people grew up with you. And there you go.
Again, I know I'm still a little bit low. I think it's mostly evening out. I can give myself a little juice in a second.
Would like to appreciate chat right now. They make a great point. My floor isn't hot. I got plenty of time. We're fine.
Yeah. I see. Let's see. Our last player that I want to introduce. Is it me? Is it you? Is it June? Is it Sue? One never knows. But person of my heart, we don't know where to start. Our good old Dr. Val, Greg.
Something fart. Right. Okay, hey everybody.
No!
My name's Greg. I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here, right. Old fart, right. Here on The Gamblers. I'm Warp Reactor over on YouTube. If you fancy yourself in need of a reaction video, jump over there. I provide a mediocre one if you need it. Just can't wait to play. It's been a nice 2 weeks, and I'm here to make sure that at least one person is screaming and pointing at me because I did something wrong by the end of it. Mark my words, chat.
Well then, I am Trooper SJP, and I will be your GM for today. And let us see, when we last left off our crew, sorry that I fixed the audio, then it went all wonky in the interim, so we're just dealing with that. Anyhow, when last we left our crew, they had gone off to, they had come back from the planet surface of Drinax, and the king wanted to see lottie-dottie everybody up in a private meeting. This meeting, of course, wasn't as private as it could be. Present was the princess, the king, Lord Rax, who had accompanied them, Lady Fiona, who also had accompanied them, and the entire crew of the Gambler. In this quick conversation, everyone was going to be knighted and made citizens of Drinax, which, by the way, might make it a little bit easier in case they got caught for piracy. There were reasons why this knighthood... Oh, I'm sorry, also Malcolm Brace, Severence's squire, was also present. And also Yes, the entire crew. So, nonetheless, in this moment, they were all about to be knighted after having a bit of a conversation about things that are happening. And before they could all be knighted, Severence accused Quint of being a spy, and since a noble accused someone of being a spy, and that was not recanted, someone was arrested. So, as we leave our protagonists, we're going to do a few things, and I believe we are on day 157, late at night on the day 157. I did tell the players we might start the next morning, but I realized I can't do that because, of course, I can't. We're going to have to roll back a little bit, and we're going to follow Quint. As the rest of the crew are in this meeting with the king, the princess, and Rax, which there seems to be some sort of tension between them. I just need to...
Yeah, I am getting arrested, I guess.
Yes, you are being arrested. And you are being walked out of the Golden Palace, the floating palace.
I don't resist at all.
By 2 star guards. Are you sure?
Yes. No, I'm very sure. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to ask if you wanted to, like, stab anyone or...
No, it's already going to look real bad. I don't need to make it look more suspicious.
Okay. Anytime you want to do something suspicious and violent, just let me know.
I'll see if I can give in or hold back from those impulses.
So, you have these 2 guards that are walking you out of the Golden Palace and through, out of the court chambers and through the city itself, which a place you had actually walked through before, when you were sort of walking about and taking in the sights of this, amazing place full of brass and gold and diamonds encrusted everywhere with art from every place. And these 2 guards are walking with you, these 2 star guards, with their sort of like dragon helmets and slightly impractical, or people would think of it's impractical, but actually it's quite useful when trying to maneuver through storms on the planet. These big, huge dragon wings that are attached to their grav belts, and they're walking you through. And it's late at night, and of course, it's a city that never really sleeps, and everybody's seeing what's happening, and people are watching the passing and going of people. And they notice you. But one thing I would say is that the guards, as soon as you get out into public, start to point at things and speak to you, as if they're giving you a tour. And they will say,
it's on the down low arrest. Okay.
It is on the down. That is correct. They're clearly not trying to telegraph.
I'm picking up what they're putting down. I'll ask an occasional question about a thing to make it look like I'm not like a bored person on a tour. I'll be like, I'll appreciate it. I'm sure they also are just dying to talk about some of this stuff to someone who doesn't know it.
Yes, they are, as a matter of fact. and they're pointing out, right? That's the granite board, the royal granite board, they're just pointing out all these various things, and it looks as if to all the palace you are a tourist who's being escorted.
It's a really lovely fountain over there. I like the.
Oh yes, that fountain over there is and it's a. Why are they doing a down on rest? You don't know, but
I'm playing along. Okay, I ain't resistant. I'm not going. Excuse me. I thought I was being arrested. No, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go with the flow here.
Yeah. And as they walk you through, again, what you will note is that, I suppose you would need a roll for that if you wanted to know vibe, like a vibe check.
Sure. What would I need to roll for a vibe check? And who would I be vibe checking?
The palace, the vibe around town.
Yeah. I hope there wasn't an arrest earlier. Yeah.
Could do, let's see.
Intellect to investigate? Probably not investigate.
No, investigate's a bit more.
It's in depth, yeah.
Yeah, it's in depth when you have more time. I would say probably
street-wise, or like deception, or like I'm trying to think of something that's a bit more like insight-y or mass.
Yeah. And you can insight in different ways,
Yeah.
Carousing.
Yeah.
Could work in terms of like picking up how people are socializing around you. That could be like perception people's like moods would be one way to do it. That's one you could do. Diplomat would give you something different. And investigate's not good.
No, not here.
Leadership is different, but you could do that. But that's perhaps not the best in this
Do
moment.
technically have leadership, but yeah, not that doesn't seem like the wise move here.
You might want to use leadership in other other circumstances.
Oh,
I mean, not use it to inspire people, but
since I'm going
people...
along with what the guards are putting down of like this tour thing, I think I will go with carouse because I'm like
Please.
I'm vibing with them, we're vibing with the atmosphere, we're just having a good vibe, you know?
Yes.
So an intellect carouse. Cool.
Yes, please. Your average, of course, is an 8.
I got a
Great.
9.
You did indeed. Also.
Somehow.
Yes. So here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The palace has been on edge for some time now. Ever since the assassination. People have not been doing well. There's like a sense of, I suppose what I would say is this does not seem to be a place that has a lot of loss.
Correct. I picked up on that earlier.
And there was like 2 violent murders, including a sniper rifle to somebody's head right in the middle.
And the assassin was killed. So technically 3 violent murders right here.
Yeah. There's like a lot, and they don't
one
seem
arrest
to do
and a
well
big
with
deal
that.
arrest. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't seem to be what you're picking up at all.
Ooh, so it's the big violent murders. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Love that.
What I will note is that people are looking to see what's going on, but you get the vibe that people don't know what's going on so much. They know that there were murders, but they don't know much more than that, because you can tell if there's like an interest. You can hear like whispers like, oh, that person? Oh, no, I think that's not it. Right? And like it's clear that they're kind of wanting to see if there's any progress on the case, but it doesn't seem from the way you hear people talking that people have picked up anything, or that anything has been announced, right? It doesn't seem to you as if anybody knows anything suspiciously.
Okay.
And yeah, just like, oh, that's interesting. Seems like perhaps they don't know, like it does not seem to you as if a big arrest has been announced. Let me just put it that way.
Great. Cool. Love that.
Yeah.
And I'm having a secret arrest too, so maybe that's just how they do things here on Drinax. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Maybe I'll arrest her done quietly.
As you are walking through this place, now I will note that there are not. This place does not have really big docks. They've got great technology, but they really only have room to dock like 3 ships in the regular starport, and then of course there's the private docks of the king, which is where your ship is, which means this is not a trading port. Like they clearly must have had an actual starport, a high port at some point in time.
Yeah,
that was probably destroyed by the Aslan. But this is not a great place, right? And as you're moving through, they're taking you down they take you actually to the Starguard barracks.
Oh,
and. As you walk in, they lead you in, and again, they're just pointing things out. And once you get behind the doors, they're a little bit more efficient, and they move you over, and you're moving towards. You can see there's like the kind of brig that you might have seen before, kind of a naval brig.
Oh yeah, I've been in those a couple times.
Yeah, and you get that sense that like this is probably where they're going to take you. You're probably going to be sort of stuck in this kind of.
It's better than the gravity prison.
Well, that's true. It is. And one of the guards says, if you'll sit right here on this bench, we have to wait for Lord Rax.
Sure. I'll sit down, put my hands like on my legs so they're nice and visible. Really, really chill. Just sit, not even cross-legged, just put like a kindergartner, just ready.
Yeah. They don't search you or ask you any questions, and you're not in a cell. You're actually just sitting on a bench in this sort of office area by the brig. And they're like, you're in a kind of like a barracks complex. And if you look at the sort of cells that are here, they're not a huge amount of them, right? You've got maybe, I don't know, 10 to 15 cells perhaps. So, and they're all empty at the moment. Not much here. It doesn't really seem like they have a lot of call for that sort of a thing. And it's quiet. That said, I need to go back to the royal palace, to the the quarters where the rest of our crew is leaving. I'll be coming back to Quint in a moment. So, as you're walking out, we have the rest of the crew about to leave, walking out, and the princess is staying in with her father to have a conversation, which means walking out is going to be the entire crew, minus Quint, who's been arrested, Lord Rax, Lady Fiona. And as you were all walking out, the last thing we heard was that the king had announced to this small group that there was a Zodani who wished to speak with the Harlock. Also, that there would need to be an interrogation of Ruby. There is a jurisdiction problem that Ruby has committed a crime that would fall under Lord Rax's jurisdiction. You can think of Lord Rax as like the FBI. And the princess, who's currently claiming, it seems, spy master status, who's the equivalent of the CIA, has demanded that the spy master station be allowed to have a secret, private interrogation with Ruby. And it is Val who has been given the task of doing that investigation. But there is clearly a bit of a tension between Lord Rax and Princess Rao about who has jurisdiction and what that might mean. But that's floating. There's also needing to be an interrogation of Quint, which, because Quint has been accused of being a spy, most likely that's going to have to be done by Princess Rao, the spy master. So as you're all walking out, a couple of things happen before you can get too far. The first thing that happens is that a figure approaches this group. Now, this figure seems to be, it's a man, sort of slim, wearing what could be best described as Zodani clothing, right? Sort of Zodani-styled clothing. Looks Zodani. And this figure sort of approaches and says, "The Harlock," with a kind of a rude, haughty, perhaps slightly hostile vibe. It says, "The Harlock, we meet again. If you would, I need to speak with you immediately. This way."
I'm
Now, I'll note
assuming
that
the
Lord
Harlock
Rax
would
notes this.
recognize. Okay, I'm assuming the Harlock would recognize who this is.
No.
No. Oh.
Nope.
Well,
You do not.
I've crossed a lot of people in a lot of places, so.
Sure. Yeah. You do not recognize this person at all in any way. And the person sort of walks you to the side of the hallway so that you are in private, but this is a hallway that is somewhat reverberant, so people can hear what you are saying were you to say things out loud. Everybody, Rax and Fiona, notice this and sort of see, because it was announced that there was a Zodani to speak with you. And they are supposed to continue on with this conversation. Like there's like walking that needs to happen, but they sort of slow down just to, there's a bit of a pause with the crew.
I feel like with this less than stellar approach, I'm imagining that the Harlock would recognize various different classes of clothing and things like that.
Yes. Yes, because it's a very class-based society. Very,
sure is.
Very class-based society.
So would this be noble clothes, military clothes, like?
Can I get a roll from you?
Sure can.
I'm going to ask. You can choose any number of skills to pick for this. It will be education-based, because this is about your sort of knowledge, and you can choose either your language, because that also is Zodani culture. You can choose streetwise, deception, persuasion, diplomacy. There's a number of different skills you can use at this moment to sort of get a vibe of this person. And whichever one you pick is,
How about, these are all about the same.
But they'll give you different things,
Yeah,
different bits of info.
Let me do streetwise.
Okay. Please, if you would, roll it for me.
Okay, let me make sure that's actually. What about if I were to do diplomat?
Oh, that's good too.
Let me do that instead.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be more of what I want. And
I just pull up the section on psionics. Okay. Oh, can you roll one more d6 because you have you're rolling this at a boon, and we'll just take the better of the, because you are, after all, Zodani. So you know, that is not better than any of the rolls you made, so you're good.
Nope.
So this person is wearing what you would read as noble's clothing.
Would I rank it as a noble who would outrank me?
Here's the thing. Sure, I guess. Maybe. But the accent's not right. The accent is definitely an Zodani, but it's not really a Zodani noble's accent.
Okay.
So the clothing says noble. The accent, less so. Although most people who are not Zodani would not know the difference, right, between those things at all. And this person sort of like steps up to you and sort of leans in so that they can't be heard. By the way, everyone, you can still hear what they're saying because this is a very, very echoey hall. And he says, "The Harlock, it is my displeasure to see you again."
The displeasure is mine. Who exactly are you?
I think you know very well who I am. Well, not that you have been contacting or speaking to the consulate in all of these decades.
I don't believe that's any of your business.
I think it is my business. You, by the way, the Harlock, have been excommunicated from the consulate. Your lack of cooperation with us over this time. We have sent you multiple requests as a freelance mercenary to help and aid the consulate, yet over and over again you have refused the call of the consulate. It is embarrassing. When you left Zodani space as a mercenary, we did not know if we wanted to let you leave. But
a freelance, she cuts him off straight up. A freelance mercenary, that's rich.
Well.
And where exactly are you supposed to be from? With that,
as you well know,
accent of yours.
And he just sort of like narrows his eyes at you and he says, "I would prefer to call you a freelance mercenary out of respect rather than a fugitive for treason against the consulate. Please note, you are not welcome back in this space, as if you ever had been."
And she
turns.
Oh, before he can turn, she's gonna like kind of fake him out, like just as if she's gonna get real close and like like as if she's gonna strike him or something, just to see what he does.
I'm gonna need from you a deception check.
Sure.
Because that is, after all, a little
what if she's not sure whether or not she will actually hit him? Would it still be deception?
Well, I mean, if you're going to intimidate him, yes.
Would that just be on social?
Yes, please.
All right. That's an 11.
That's nice. Let me roll. Let's see. He's going to roll his... Oh, look at me. That is actually quite shocking.
That is shocking. I'm gonna put a couple luck in because what am I doing with it if not for a moment like this?
How much luck?
I'll put 2 in.
Okay. So, this person that you
I don't like the cut of his jib.
He's being quite hostile. And he's said a number of things that are, to your knowledge, not true.
Well, and also, based on my knowledge, somebody wouldn't be telegraphing all of this rando information out in a loud hallway.
Probably would just be doing it psionically, but...
but he wouldn't even show himself like the... Rude.
But these are hushed tones, and so
unprofessional.
But he's being quiet. It's just that the hallway is very, very acoustic. But he has pulled you to the side, and he's saying this in slightly hushed tones, so that clearly other people may not notice. By the way, you do all notice. You would have to listen to pay attention to what's going on in this conversation, but you could hear it. Although it doesn't seem as if he's trying to telegraph it. It just seems like he doesn't realize how reverberant the hallway is. When you go to strike him, there are two things you notice. The first is that he seems to have a very strong will and seems to be very professional, and there's a core of professionalism to this person that is not necessarily as apparent, right, as you make this move. And as you make this move, there's this hesitation, imperceptible to people on the outside, because you both rolled particularly well, where you can see him not, it's just half a second, not responding, and then he moves as if to be a little bit frightened by you.
Okay, interesting.
And he goes, "Huh, you've always been an enemy of your own people, the Harlock.
Don't make me laugh.
I had to search you out. No one in the consulate has known where you've been.
Interesting. The contacts that I've had, that I've given information to, might state otherwise. Are we finished here?
Yes, and you're finished with the consulate."
And she just scoffs and kind of goes back to the group.
And
she's going to be trying to get some information on this person as soon as they're back somewhere, anywhere.
And he just sort of goes, "As soon as they lift this travel ban, I'll be off of this blasted place." And he sort of walks off the other direction. And both Lady Fiona and Lord Rax note this. They note this interaction quite closely.
Oh, I think that's put her in a foul mood. If she goes back, if they're even looking in that direction, she's just gonna just directly to them. What are you looking at? Why don't you take some actual notes with a pen if it's that interesting to you?
And Lord Rax goes, Admiral Severence.
Yes.
It is time for us all to adjourn. However, we do have some business. You are to be promoted to Admiral, which means you'll have to be... I'll be moving. I've already had my people move some of the things out of my quarters so that you'll be moving in. This will become your new home, of course.
A new home here?
Yes. As an admiral, there's only one sort of admiral's quarters, and, well, I've cleared out what was the library that will be your main quarters, and we'll be living together from now on.
I respectfully decline, thank you.
Well, but, Baron Severance, you do need some place to stay here on the floating palace.
Admiral Severance will do.
Yes, well, Admiral, you do need a place to stay while you're here. And
yes, I stay on the Gambler.
But that's a ship. When you want to be off of the ship, you need a home.
It's not a ship, it's the ship. Have you seen a Harrier class of its kind?
Not in over 200 years, and I was far too young for that. But,
exactly.
Admiral, it is important that everyone have a home on the palace. We don't have a lot of room, and it made sense, of course, if you are an admiral, that you will be staying in what is now our home. So I wish to at least show you your new home.
You may show it to me, but you may take as much space as you like, because I will probably keep my belongings on the Gambler.
Well,
or I will be traveling when the travel ban is lifted. You understand I have a duty to do for Drinax and the throne.
Yes, this will make you a perfect roommate, then.
Right.
Excellent. Come with me. And he's going to take Severance off to take Severance to Severance's new home on the palace, because people need to have a place to stay.
People are weird. Why does everyone want me to stay here?
well, you're now an admiral. And Lord Rax, who seems to be in a bit of a hurry, is going to take you off to his quarters, where his sort of family estate, leaving Fiona and the rest of the gamblers' crew. We'll come back to you. But Severance, Lord Rax is going to take you through, and again, this is a place of way too many people for the kinds of space that they have.
Excuse me. Pardon me, I'm sorry. Thank you. Excuse me.
You'll Admiral
Yes.
Severance.
Excuse me. Yes, of course.
I don't
Make room, please. Thank you. Excuse me.
Yes. I don't have
coming through.
a lot of time. I have to deal with Quint, but I do
You're
want to
dying?
show you to your
Living with Quint.
new home. And he takes you to this sort of place, and it's a sort of like a suite that probably has about 4 rooms in it. And as he takes you in, there is sort of moves into like a room. You can see there's like a kind of like a small living room, and this living room has got some like paintings and holographic images of Lord Rax, and it looks like the prince and some various other people. And you could just sort of see that this was sort of like a place to live. And he goes, "This used to be my daughter's room. You shall have her room from now on, and this will be now yours. That's my bedroom. This will be your bedroom. This is our kitchen. There's a small nook. There I've made sure that there's a locker for any of your goods, and I'll give you the key card as you can come in and out as you wish. But I understand that you'll be traveling quite often. But this sitting room here, you can have all of your meetings in, and if you need to have meetings in private, let me know, and I will, of course, vacate for your so you'll have your privacy. Welcome to our home."
Thank you. Thank you. This is it's not what I imagined when I thought I would live someday on the floating palace, but it is something. It is. But I won't be. I'll be living on the Gambler. On paper, I can live here, sure, but please deal with and use the spaces you will.
Admiral,
Yes.
you have to understand, from one admiral to the other,
Mhm,
tradition is very important up here. And this is, once you become invested, there will be an investiture, and you will be of us. You will now become Baron Severance of Drinax. And
Admiral Severence of Drinax.
yes. And you are knight now. My understanding is
Sir
already
Admiral
knighted.
Baron Severance? Admiral, Sir Admiral, yes.
Well, yes, I would say Lord, well, titles. But
They're important.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you can see here how much space we have. And I will note that there are only like maybe with you now, maybe. Oh, by the way, Malcolm Brace is with you because he's following you along.
Right, and also my bodyguard.
Which I believe
he
is
has
Sir
Wilson.
you have Wilson or Leon?
I think
It's Wilson. It's Wilson.
He's
Leon
Wilson,
is taking care of the other
Right,
guys.
because I'm thinking he's like a big volleyball guy, like Wilson.
Yes.
That's how I remember.
So you're with 2 people, and I will note that this is and when he says that this is a large amount of space, he actually means it quite seriously. That for how packed in the floating palace is, that you have 4 rooms with only, well, you have a retinue of 2 plus you, that's 3, plus he's got a bit of like probably 6 or 7 people right in this space packed in. That seems to be like, when he says it's quite spacious, he actually does mean it, that it's quite spacious. Nonetheless, you have people who may wish to move in here as well, and all of these will be for them. And they certainly, we have the 4th room is where all of the people who are part of the retinue can stay. We have multiple beds there, and it matters.
Mhm.
Baron.
Well, Lord Wilson, I assume this is a place that you would like to be, yes?
Oh, and Lord Wilson's like, my service is with the Rapenhausen house, so I will not be staying here.
Wrong. It is with me.
I have been asked by Liege Terrica to watch you for now, but I am not your employ.
What are they paying you?
Loyalty.
Right. Okay.
And Lord Rax seems just irritated by this conversation. Like, so what is this? If you two wouldn't mind, he says to your retinue, I just wish to have a quick word in private with the Admiral.
One moment, Lord Rax. And what about you? What about Malcolm? Is this a quarters you would like to reside in?
It's quite small, though, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, it's either this or it's the Gambler.
Well,
or another ship under my employ, because I'm an admiral, and I will be.
Well, I assume that I'll be on the ship with you when we're out. Yes.
All right. Very well.
And Lord Rax is like,
I understand the tradition, Lord Rax, that you want me to just hang out here when I'm in my downtime. But if my things are all ready, and I'm already have everything already set on my weeks and weeks and countless hours on the Gambler, then I might as well just stick with my comfort, which is already on the Gambler. You understand? It's kind of, I mean, unless, I mean, there may be some days I'd be like, oh boy, I need to have a stay, a home away from home, and I'll come here, and yes, and we could, but it's not, I just don't feel like it's going to be a lot of the luxury of like a resort or something, because if that's the case, I should just go stay at a resort. We have luxury here, right? No offense, this is a wonderful place. I just don't think that stove is going to be cleaned well enough for us.
Well, this is luxury. He says, somewhat like surprised.
So it is. So it is. I meant like, servants, handmaidens, people who are paid to massage me, things like that. I would like to enjoy and indulge in the pleasantries of luxury when I am on my stay. And if I'm not, I'll just stay at the Gambler. I mean, it's really that simple. And I understand tradition, but tradition only goes so far.
He sort of sits there and he thinks about it for a second. He says, well, you have to understand that we don't have servants on the palace.
Right.
We only have nobles on the palace.
Yes, of course. Silly me, I have forgotten.
So, I'm afraid we don't have anything like that. But
we have custodians of the palace and janitors who are nobles who clean up the shit and unclog our loo. But we do not have people who will rub my shoulders, who have been royalty, who are knighted and noble.
You would have to find someone who, perhaps your Squire Malcolm Brace might do such a thing.
Malcolm.
Malcolm goes, sir, I don't, do you, is that?
You have to take the gloves off if you're going to do it. I'm just wondering if this is something you're interested in doing.
Well, if that's what you ask of me, I imagine that I would do so. But if that's your desire, is that what you wish?
Is that what you wish? It feels like this is not something you want. I don't want you to do something that you don't want to do. I mean, you've already been knighted. You've already worked for me thus far. You don't have to rub my shoulders because I'm asking you to.
Oh, yes. Well,
take a bullet for me is completely different. But rubbing my shoulders, you don't have to do that.
And Lord Rax says, could we discuss the details of your servants, well, those, your comrades, in a moment, I wish briefly to have a conversation.
Oh, yes,
about
yes, I'm so
something
sorry.
else.
I'm sorry. I thought, yes. Please, if you would let me, Malcolm, Lord Wilson, we have just a moment, please.
The two leave, and I understand that I'm frozen in space. I am working on it.
This.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about, but I'm working on it. And I think it could just maybe.
But I could still hear you.
Yes, yes. And so he sort of, once they sort of leave, again, this is not a huge place, but it is a place, he says, Admiral, and you will see me on camera as soon as I get that working. Don't ask me what that's all about, but it will be there.
It's okay. Just pull the close-up of me up. It'll be fine.
Yeah. That's how it is. Admiral Severence.
Yes.
You are now the other admiral for the entire kingdom of Drinax. There's you and there's I. And this is something important. I understand that you're to be named the admiral of the expeditionary fleet, of which there is currently, I imagine it looks like 3 ships.
3 ships,
But
yes, there are.
I need to know from you what your feelings are about Drinax.
My feelings are about Drinax. I wish there were words that could actually explain the emotion that I feel for Drinax. What do you mean? What do you mean? How do I feel about Drinax?
Well, Drinax is something that means quite a bit to me.
Oh, yes, me too. I as well. And I'm offended that you have questioned me otherwise.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, all right.
Because I don't know where your
loyalties lie.
Well, what your honor is.
My honor is?
Yes.
What are you suggesting?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that there are different ways to do things. One can do something honorably, or less so.
Mm-hmm.
One can be forthright, one can be honest, or one can be, well, a pirate. And I wish to know what you think about this mission you've been given.
I'm quite honored that I have the mission that I've been given. It has been a wonderful privilege to be sailing amongst the stars in the only Harrier class of its kind. But when it comes to honor itself, it's hard to know what honor is when loyalty may surpass such a thing. You recall Quint, my crewmate?
Yes, the one who you've accused of being a spy, yes.
Right. If we were to swap positions and you were in that position, what would you have said to King Olib when Quint had introduced themselves?
Well, it is your assertion that...
It's not me.
Quint.
That is a part of this equation. I am asking you if you were in my position.
Well, if Quint is a danger to Drinax and is spying upon us, then yes, of course I would.
Even after they were to tell you and reassure you over and over again that they are no spy at all, and everyone in your crew says there are no spy at all.
Well,
what
if
would
they
you do
are
then?
A spy, well, I presume that you would not say such a thing if you had not evidence. If you do not believe it to be so. Is that the case?
But what of you? If you were in my position, and this was all splayed out for you, and then you had this moment of going, do I tell the king that they are a spy, or do I let this one go under the radar
Oh, that would be
based
dishonorable.
off of trust? What would you
No.
do?
If I knew that someone were a criminal and a danger to the floating palace, I would say so immediately. Otherwise, it would be dishonorable.
Very well. Then you have your answer.
I suppose I do. I will need to ask you later for a statement as the complainant. But,
Very well.
well, most likely
Simple. I
Princess
mean, they're
Rao.
a spy. They've mentioned that they are a spy. They've been here, and I do not have any evidence besides the fact that they've reassured that they are a spy from the Imperium.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, Admiral, this is out of my jurisdiction. This falls under the Spy Master's
Of course.
jurisdiction. So I imagine Princess Rao will be taking your statement unless Liege Terrica is still in the running for that dishonorable position.
You seem
Admiral.
Disappointed.
Well, truth be told, yes, I am.
Why is this?
You have not known Liege Terrica as long as I have. I knew them, well, before they were born, when they were a small, small child. Their father and I served together before he was killed just a few days ago. And Liege Terrica, when they were younger, was the spitting image of their father. Honorable, was probably going to be a pilot in the Star Guard, or maybe a dragon rocketeer. They had...
What's a dragon rocketeer?
Oh.
I know you have rocketeers. What's a dragon rocketeer?
Oh, he's sort of like, he goes to point, but there's nobody there. Yes, those of our Star Guard who fly through the air, the dragon wings.
So cool. All right, anyway. Sure.
Yes, but Liege Terrica made a choice some time ago to follow their mother's path rather than their father's path. And their mother's path is one of dishonor and cruelty.
Their mother's past is of dishonor and cruelty.
Yes. I will, of course, follow my duty and honor and do my very best to have the person who did this to Lord and Lady Hill brought to justice, as long as it's not taken out of my hand. But I wish to know, Admiral, if I can count upon you.
Yes, Admiral.
As a man of honor. You said that your speaking out against Quint, who is a member of your crew, speaks well of your honor to all of Drinax rather than just personal demands. That speaks well of you. A person of honor must sacrifice, even if it is difficult to do so. But this mission you've been given, cooked up by the princess, is not the way that Drinax should be reborn. I understand that you have been given an order from the king, and it seems that you are a person who will do your duty, as am I.
And what more is there to discuss?
What more there is to discuss is how you feel about it. Were situations different? If you were not asked to be a pirate, but to be a naval hero, would you follow that call?
I'm not sure why this question
is pertinent, as that was not the question that was asked to me.
Well, the king may change his mind.
I'll be ready when he does.
Then let me ask you this.
Yes?
While you are out there in the stars, will you remember always that you represent Drinax and our honor?
Yes. Of course I will. I must also say that you may have known Terrica for their entire life, even before they were born and all this. But I know Terrica now. Terrica may not have been following their honorable father's footsteps for when you knew them. But the Terrica I know now is the most honorable thing in my life.
Then I shall have to tell you something that may disappoint you. They have, for the last 8 years, including while they were on the Gambler, been sending back reports to their mother. Espionage reports on movements. Reporting to the spy master.
I would like to see these reports.
I can give you the versions that were given to me.
You will?
They are not the full versions. That was reserved for Lady Hill. But I can certainly give you the redacted versions that I was given. As if an admiral of the Floating Palace should not be given full access. But I will have them sent over to you. Actually, I can do this right now. He goes over to he goes into his bedroom. He leaves the door open, and his bedroom is quite full of memorabilia and things. Like an old helmet of the Dragon Rocketeers with like a laser blast in it.
Wow, is that an old Dragon Rocketeer helmet?
Yes.
Wow, is that a laser blast in it?
Yes, actually, yes.
Wow.
This goes over to this terminal,
old.
and he sort of sends some things over, which hits your computer pad. Admiral, I hope that you will stay here when you are needing free time, and I hope that I can count you as an ally.
I don't understand why we wouldn't be allies.
Well,
what makes you think that we wouldn't be? We're roommates, after all.
I guess that is correct. And in his room, you can see you have met Lord Hill once in the very, very beginning. Lord and Lady Hill were there together. And there's a photograph of, you can see this photograph, a holographic photograph of Lord Rax, the prince, Lord Hill, and some other people. Like there's like kind of a crew of a bunch of sort of like these sort of soldiers that are looking quite young, seems to be quite old. Seem to be like a sort of military buddies from quite some time ago. And it looks like a lot of his earthly possessions are all crammed in this room, so there's space on the outside for other folks to do other things.
Drinaxian possessions.
Yeah, his Drinaxian possessions. It looks like he's got a daughter that he seems to be quite proud of. Seems to also have a son who seems to be a bit younger. But there is just, and there, of course, there's a granite board with this sort of, it's like a board with all these sort of like granite pieces that sort of look like Stonehenge pieces, right? But made of different materials.
Right.
And he says,
"Is some sort of board game?"
"Oh, yes. Admiral, if you have never played Granite, I would be..."
I have. I was just wondering if this was one of the sets.
Yes. I would be honored to play with you at any time.
Missing a couple of pieces, I would otherwise.
Of course. My
You wouldn't want to
My
play
daughter
Drinax
is
with
on
me.
a seam now, and my son died in the war.
Sorry.
Yes, I am. It's
Not your
good.
daughter on a seam. That's awful.
No, a seam is an important place, but it is good to have a roommate again, especially one as honorable as you.
Ha!
And of course, you are welcome in and out as you will, and please
Of course.
peruse those reports. So they will show you about these
Yes, thank you.
Terrica's
I will.
activity.
Mhm.
And
I immediately start looking through them. Even like while he's talking, I'm just sort of glancing.
Yeah. I will leave you here. I have to go and have an interview with Quint.
Mhm.
Excuse me, but welcome to your home. He says as
Yay.
he sort of turns back.
No, I just said yay. I was celebrating. You know
Ah.
what? I think I left something on the ship, and I'm just gonna follow him out because I don't
Out.
care to stay here.
Oh, there's
Mhm,
food.
yeah, well,
There's
oh.
also some alcohol you can have.
Oh,
Please,
okay.
help
Yes.
yourself, of course.
All right.
Yes. And he's going to sort of head out with you, and so will Malcolm and also Lord Wilson. Like your little retinue are sort of heading
Mhm,
back out.
mhm, right.
He's heading down to the brig,
Goodbye. Oh, I parked over here. Oh, so did I. Yeah, one of those awkward moments.
and he just sort of like he sort of, before you like part, he just puts his hand on your like forearm and he says,
Mhm.
I said earlier that I would love to go flying with you, and that is still the case.
When you say flying, what do you mean? You mean like in a ship, or do you mean like with a jetpack rocket through the
Yes, with
clouds?
the with the grav belt.
I would love that too. I would like training as well, and then I would
Oh.
love to do that.
Of course, that would be, well, if you're now a knight and an admiral,
Mhm.
you're of course a ship-based admiral, but learning how to fly in the grav belt is.
You said ship-based admiral, but
Well,
as
but
if like
nonetheless,
that there is something wrong with it.
no. I
Not
just
like,
believe
oh,
that.
and wait a second, you're a ship-based admiral.
No.
It just it definitely seemed as if there was
No.
some sort of judgment to be had.
No. I also am a
Other
ship-based
admiral.
admiral.
Okay.
But
Sorry to hear that.
nonetheless, I still made sure I could fly about in the grav belt, even though Liege Courtney can fly circles around me. But
Right.
still, I
So
think
maybe
it's
I will take my walker, and you could take your grav belt, and we could race to the surface.
That would be.
I have gravity on
It's,
my side.
It's good to meet you and have you be my roommate.
Yes.
I look forward to having discussions about how you see as a person from the surface what your ideas are to make Drinax flourish.
Yes.
I think that you have great insight, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you. Well, these feet aren't going to walk themselves, and I'm going to begin to just start walking towards the ship. Mhm. Oh, you got to go talk to Quint, right?
Yes.
Tell them I say hello, and I will see. Give them my best, and I just
Yes.
walk away.
As you're walking away, there is a number of reports that have been put into your computer, about
right.
8 years worth of espionage
Jesus.
reports.
Okay.
And they are following a route from here to Assis and back and around. And each place, it looks like you have a report from Terrica, signed by Terrica, about the kind of intelligence that they've gathered, what sort of details they've gathered. Pretty good intel, it looks like. There are also reports from the last 6 or so months that you all have been flying together as well.
Mm-hmm. What does it say?
Could I get a roll from you?
I would love to. Is it a deception
Yes.
roll?
It is a deception roll.
Good.
Based on your intelligence.
Only because I'm whiffing that this is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It doesn't necessarily mean this is a deception. I'm looking to see if it is a deception.
You can roll with the boon.
Okay.
Because
I'm
you
like,
have been on a ship with Terrica
Right,
the
right.
entire
I'm
time.
like, dude, does this information match? And that's sort of what I'm doing. So it's the fact that I'm looking, I'm like, for those who are like, I don't really know Traveler, the fact that I'm reading or I'm looking into a deception roll doesn't necessarily mean that this is a bluff. I'm using my skill to see if it is a bluff.
Yeah, that's right. Which is different than if you were doing administration, right? You could also have done that, but you're going with
because then that would have been a little bit more legit. Right now, I'm looking it over with my just fake eyes. Did skills get a rework? What the hell's happening? Boon, combat. Where are my?
Just there, it should be there.
What the shit? What am I looking at? Am I looking at? I'm looking at the game. I'm not even looking at my character. All right, that's why I'm looking at a ship.
That's fine.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at deception, intellect, boon. You said
with a boon because you were on the ship with Terrica the entire last 6 months.
And by the way, anybody who's rolling on the gambler next, it's gonna be a boon.
Ooh.
What did I get?
Okay. Well, my friend, 14. This was a very difficult check to make.
For me,
because some people are very good at what they do, which is deceiving people. Looking through, all the reports look pretty good. They look very legitimate. They have Terrica's language to them. The way that they speak, certain turns of phrases that Terrica has used are in these reports.
Yeah, I can do that.
You can do that, as a matter of fact.
I said AI can do that, but yes, I also can.
Yeah, it sounds like Terrica.
But does Drinax have AI? I don't know.
You have Sue, and then you have
we do.
There's like all these reports from the ship the Avasa, and just about like what they've seen, troop movements, what's happening with. You notice that there seems to be a lot of concern about GDCO, a lot of concern about the Aslan.
For the past 6 months.
There are these. No, for the last 8 years, just generally speaking.
I'm specifically looking at the times we were together.
Yes, so that's the thing. When you go into the times when you're together, there's a consistency in the pattern of the reports from before you were together and after. So if you were looking at these reports coming in, you would think that this is clear the same person. This all makes a lot of sense.
Right.
But when you're looking at the things for the last 6 months, it's good intel, but it's not intel that you all knew, right? So, for example, when you were on number one, when you were on number one, you all went down into the domes, and you had a lot of things that happened to you in the domes themselves, including domes. There was a pipe fight. There was a lot of information about the people in those domes that most people would not ever go to. If you remember, the Freemen, you're not really allowed to go there. It's not really a thing. And that would have been really great intel. And also, you all brokered some deals that seemed to be very important that if you were a spy, you would definitely want to report back on. And those were not in this report. When you're looking at this, you would sort of guess, based on your deception, that the people who are writing these reports that are gathering the info are probably on the low port, right? It seems to you guessing from what is and what isn't in these reports that the information probably came from people who are on the high ports of various places or on the low ports. There's no report from Tick Tick. The reports are coming in. If you were going to take the trip, right, you were never going to go to Tick Tick. That's not a place where your ship would normally naturally go. And there is no report from Tick Tick. But the reports are spaced in such a way that they would follow what route you would have taken if you hadn't gone to Tick Tick.
So the Elaine isn't even on these.
No.
These reports.
The Elaine is not on those reports.
Well, that's a huge flag.
Reports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that Tick Tick is not there isn't so worrisome, but the fact that we acquired a ship, that is big.
Speaking of ships you acquired, the Camlin Viper is not in those reports because you've kept that pretty secret.
Right.
And you've never had the Camlin Viper on any of the high ports that you actually docked on. And so the Camlin Viper is also not mentioned. Now, there are mentions of things that happened on Thebes, right? It seems clearly as if somebody on these various stations has been gathering intel and then sending them back under the name of Terrica. And it looks real legit, but you're like, oh no,
Yeah, but I can't see through it. I also want to look at because I feel like I would probably know the date or around the date where we opened up the grebe full of drugs.
Oh yes.
And then I just want to see if there's anything about what's happening there.
Nope.
Because I feel like an incident happened today would have been fine, but nothing.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. As a matter of fact, many of the kind of things that have happened to Terrica are not present in these reports. Now, would Terrica have reported them? Probably not.
Be like, I'm so high right now. Love you, Mom.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen.
No, not there.
Yeah.
But
miss you.
But I will say that the reports are pretty good, though, right? Like all the information about the coup that was happening on Thebes, that's there. The sort of the crash on Marduk, that's there. Like clearly somebody.
So things that were in headlines.
Things that were in headlines, but some of the stuff is actually a little bit less generic in the sense that somebody who's on that station, who's stationed there, who can ask around, who's got contacts, who's got eyes and ears, would know about comings and goings and some things, right? And it looks to you as if, especially when you're looking at Thebes and Marduk, that whoever it is who's gathering the intel, and you know it has to be multiple people, right? Because these are all coming basically from, you're only getting information from basically stations, nothing in between. That they are concerned about GDCO, they're concerned about the Aslan, they're concerned about the Imperium, they're concerned about Freefields, Foundation. These are really good reports about looking for people who might be hostile to Drinax. And looking at these reports, you would think that Terrica is a really good spy who is loyal to their mother and to being a spy for Drinax in a kind of, well, depending on your point of view, either a heroic way or maybe like a sketchy and slightly deceptive way, but not against Drinax, but not honorable behavior, right? This is, if you're a person who's obsessed with honor, this is not honorable behavior, but very much loyal. And if you look at the paperwork, it also seems as if the reports are written in such a way to imply that Terrica is on an official mission from their mother, that this is all sanctioned by Lady Hill, the spy master, that Terrica has not abandoned Drinax or escaped in any way, but is just doing their job as a spy. And you know that these reports are not. I mean, if the reports from the last 6 months are not from them, it seems very unlikely that the reports for the last 8 years are from them either. It's good intel, though. It's good intel, and it seems to have been very helpful in ways, but it seems like a lot of bribing.
It's not true.
A lot of
doesn't seem real.
The intel seems real. Who it came from does not, to you, seem real. Because
it doesn't. There's something that doesn't seem authentic about the information, right? So the information may seem like, oh, this is good information, but it's not authentic. You know, where it's like, this doesn't seem right.
Yeah. I mean, I would put it this way. The intel is good. It probably helps Drinax quite a lot. Like, they're probably able to, there seems a report they got these evidences of various sketchy people. Like, and it seems to you, I should say this, there seems to be a concern about a GDCO double agent somewhere.
Terrica always had that brooch?
No, they got it on Marduk.
Okay.
They did not have it before.
Okay.
But what I would say is, it seems as if Lady Hill's directive is to try to figure out if there is a spy on the floating palace, a double agent on the floating palace for GDCO. Seems to be one of the concerns that Terrica has been investigating in their travels, trying to sort of figure out more about GDCO. And that seems to be over time.
Marduk before we crashed?
No, after. When you were crash landed on Marduk, you found it in like the ruins of an old palace.
Got it. Yes, I remember. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so it seems as if, let's say, Lady Hill at least has been directing their agent, Terrica, to look into GDCO a bit more, because there seemed to be some kind of concern about about that. Lady Hill seemed to be concerned that maybe there was some kind of spy. Didn't trust what they're doing.
It's Quint, we know it. Okay.
But yeah, whoever wrote these reports, because you rolled a 14, you do not think that was Terrica who did it.
Right. But someone knows what's going on. Enough to... Okay.
Your guess is that Lady Hill has a bunch of informants on different space stations, and they write these reports, and that Lady Hill...
Okay, that's way more helpful, because I was going to say someone on our crew is also an informant. Okay, so it could be
no, because there's nothing...
informant.
Yeah, there's nothing on the ship.
Okay.
There's nothing that's shipborne in these reports at all.
Ah.
At all. There's like
Okay.
nothing that has happened on the ship. Nothing that's happened not on a space station is actually in these reports.
Helps a lot. Okay.
So it seems to your best guess from that 14 is that Lady Hill probably has informants or agents, eyes and ears on each of these space stations around here, and they're passing intel back. And for whatever reason, Lady Hill is claiming the intel comes from Terrica when it probably just came from various informants.
Informants. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. I've seen what I've seen. I've read what I've needed to read, and I am making my way back to the Gambler. So hopefully to go talk to Terrica, but
yes,
I'm sure there's something else that needs to happen for them.
I'm going to give one last thing before we get back to the Gambler with the rest of the crew. Quint, as you're waiting for a bit.
Very patient.
And Lord Rax comes in. Quint.
Yes.
You're going to come with me. I'm going to take you to the prison where you'll be held.
I imagine I just glance across to the 6 cells that here and goes, all right.
Shall we? And he takes you through the back, past these cells, and the farther ones you go to are a little bit sketchier, a little bit older, a little bit draftier. Takes you out the back door.
Like, oh man, I'm getting this shit grenade, this shit cell of the barracks. I'm like, oh,
shit grenade.
I was going over my loadout for when I have to disarm everything, and so that's no shit grenades though.
And he walks you through some hallways, these walkways. I need a recon roll.
What skill recon?
Intelligence.
All right. Bow.
Great.
Jack of all trades, baby.
I just want to let you know that you're being followed. Just so you know.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
It's probably guards. This is very on the down low rest. No. Oh.
Nope.
Do I know who I'm being followed by?
Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Oh, because I rolled so good. Who am I being followed by?
And that person did not roll so well.
Oh, I did not. Uh-huh.
You're being followed by Wesley.
I was going to say, please don't let it be Wesley. It's
Wesley. It's Wesley. And so he takes you through these corridors until you get to a villa, a pretty nice villa.
Oh.
And he sort of
just looking more confused, but trying to play it cool.
Yep. And opens the door and says, all right, come inside. This will be your prison cell.
Oh, okay.
You walk in.
Yeah.
Shuts the door behind you. And there's a bit of a foyer. And the foyer has been split in two.
Okay.
There's a very large brass locker on both sides. And there's these kind of two doors. He says, all right, the one on the right will be yours. And he opens the door. He goes, before you go in, do you have anything to declare? Weapons?
Yes.
Armor?
Yes. Here, I'll start. These are armored, and I just throw them in. This is a Diplo vest that Terrica lent me. You could probably just give this back to them to repurpose it for now. And
Alright,
I'll
yes.
hand that one to him. Technically, these are armored too.
Wait. And he goes into the
It's
room
like-
that you've not gone to yet.
Because my basic clothes are armored.
Yeah. And he goes into this room that you've not gone to, the prison cell you're going to be in,
Mm-hmm.
held captive in. And he comes back out with this, like, a silk dressing gown. And he goes, you can wear this. And he turns away. He turns his back to you, so that you can get undressed.
Oh, all right. I'll do the weapons first, though, if that helps.
Oh, yes.
And then I will have the audience know this is not Quint's full loadout because we were on Drinax. Most of the grenades are still on the ship, but Quint is going to pull out. See if we'll go with the easy one first. It'll be a stealth dagger out of the boot. Another stealth
And by the way,
dagger.
there's a huge locker that's got like really good security on it that he's opened up for you.
Yeah. So stealth dagger 1 from the boot, stealth dagger number 2 from like the small of the back, or like this part of the back. 'Cause it's not very flexible part of the back, and just stealth dagger 2. There's a utility knife, like a Swiss Army knife, instead of this whole survival kit. Just this utility knife. Then we have the body pistol, which is tucked in like a latched onto the leg somewhere. Which if the it's also a body pistol with a silencer.
Nice.
So it's manufactured from plastic and bone, making it difficult for sensors. It's extremely hard to detect, basically. And then there's the flechette pistol that I picked up a new one of from the ship. That one's Imperial make. And that one's just from the side. And then
after the fourth weapon, he's just looking a little bit surprised. Oh.
Yeah, I don't appear heavily armed.
No,
most of
turns
them
out you
are really illegal. And then I from a pocket I pull out a smoke grenade and a thermal smoke grenade because there was an assassin and those seemed useful in a bodyguarding situation. I put those in. Let's see. I've got some fast drug. I probably don't want the medications on. I pull out some fast drug, which is not combat drug, because I used all that up that I had. And then a trauma pack, and I'll put that in there. I'll put my mobile... I'm going to hold up my mobile comm, and be like, this probably isn't allowed, is it?
No.
Put that in. My portable computer is on the ship, because I downloaded the stuff for Wesley to watch before, because we had to wait for the jetpack people to get back up. So, I think... Oh, and then there's only one weapon left currently on Quint, and it's this knife. This, if anything happened to anything else, that's fine. This is a very important, culturally significant and historically significant item with emotional value. It's just.
I see.
Make a note of it.
Yes. He takes it. He makes a note, and he seems to make a special note. And he's putting it into this locker, right? This big locker.
Yeah, just keep handing him things.
Any other weapons to declare?
And I do a quick check. That is all the weapons I have on me.
I will have to scan you.
Oh, wait. Not the weapon. And I take off my earrings. Because they're bugs. Hand those over, and then I will change, and I will then do the robe swap because all of my clothes are armored.
It's a very nice robe.
Is this silk?
Yes, it is. Do you mention the axe that you have?
Oh, yes, I do mention the axe. I'm not gonna try to slip that one by. I'm not really sure how to declare this one, but and I obviously not in an aggressive manner, cause you and
Well, there's protocol for this sort of a thing.
And I whip it back in.
And he goes and he pulls out a small ribbon. Like a small silk ribbon. And he goes, please give me your arm. And he ties the ribbon around where the blade would come out. It's a ribbon. It's not armored. He ties it and he goes, you must swear on your honor not to use your axe while you are imprisoned.
I will swear on my honor not to use my axe while I'm in prison.
Good.
Can we make an exception unless if, like, an assassin is trying to kill me or something?
Well, if it's an assassin, you have dispensation to use your axe. That is
All right.
protocol.
We're
but
good. Just because there was
otherwise-
one running around earlier and I'm just a little paranoid.
Yes. All right. You will step
It's
inside.
like, all right,
your
now we good.
But it's you have a little peace bond ribbon. 'Cause-
I imagine it's tied with, like, the most delicate and pretty of
Yes, it
bows.
is.
Yeah, cool.
Yes, it is.
Love it. And I'm in this,
so
like nice silk bathrobe.
You're in a very nice silk bathrobe.
I have
he's-
nothing left. That is basically everything I have on me.
And he gestures
all
for you to go
contraband.
inside the
Yep.
cell.
All right. Thank you. Step inside.
So, what you see is this very large room, very nice with a desk. There are no windows, but there are these beautiful holographic fake windows that you can program to look however you like. There are, of course, movies. There is a bathroom with a marble bathtub that has sort of like sonic jets and warm water. There is a plate of nice food. The bed, by the way, is just completely comfortable. It is one of the nicest. It's like a king-size bed.
Okay.
Just there's a whole rack of books here as well, so that you can read as much as you like.
Great. Yeah.
It is like a really expensive hotel room.
Yeah. I imagine the foyer
really-
was like the size of the biggest room Quint's ever had in their life.
Yes.
Yeah.
You would
Cool,
guess
cool.
that this was that there's another cell next door. This seemed like it was like one person's home that was split in half to create two cells. But you've got like a sitting room, you've got a bedroom, you've got like a really decadent bathroom. There is alcohol here if you'd like it. There's
Great. Yeah. I'm guessing since there's a nice, it's like, I imagine there's like some spa, like
yes,
skincare products. Oh, wonderful.
absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
no, I'm in prison. Oh.
It's the prison for nobles is what it is.
And I can't contact anyone and no one can like just
No.
ring me up here. So
No,
like I have some peace and quiet
Yeah.
and all this
Yep.
space.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And he says,
Is this
no,
is this a vacation? Was Severance actually trying to do something nice for me? Like I don't know.
This is, you have we have protocols here. You are
Right,
not
That was
yes.
it. That's
your
exactly what I did. Yep, I did that for that. Yep. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
And
The protocols,
you have,
please.
of
Yes,
course,
I would hate to break any
you
of
have,
them.
of course, a number of reading materials, holograms.
Yes.
And, if you need anything, there's a button that you can press, and your guard will.
And this
come
is the
get
right place?
Well, Liege Terrica argued that you should be given nobles prison confinement.
I just
so
wanted to make sure that Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
yes, you are not a noble, but you have been
No.
given permission to stay in the confinement of the noble quarters. We all have 2 cells for them, and you have 1 of them. If you need food, it will be delivered to you 4 times a day. Of course, breakfast, snack, lunch, and dinner. If you need anything extra, we have a wide variety of things. You will not be. Please note, the security here is very, very good. You will not be attacked while you're in
Yes.
here.
Good.
And he writes down something. This is the key code to the locker where all of your things are, so that you can get all of your things when you are released, if you are released. That is, if you are found
Yep.
not to be a spy. I must let you know that protocol says that as you've been accused of espionage, it will be the spy master who interviews you. Not me. I do domestic affairs. But
Right.
I have requested that the princess not move this interrogation to the place where the spy master does their interrogations. So you should have this here in your quarters, your cell.
Thank you. Very much.
Yes. Well, please, I know that this will be a difficult time for you to be in a place like this. I understand that being locked up is difficult, and this is how it must be at times.
I appreciate your concern and your understanding.
If in the course you find this solitude to be too difficult, just call for the guard, who will call for me, and if you need something, you can let me know if there's some sort of food that you need that it's not provided, or some sort of entertainment that you need that is not provided. It cannot be a person, of course. You should let me know.
Yes. I will do my best to endure. Thank you.
Yes, well, I have business to attend to. I'm going to be locking you in, but...
Of course, yes.
Yes, also, if there's any emergency and you need anything, you can press that button for the guard. If there's some sort of assault on this place, this button here will bring down the adamantium walls. It's
good to
a
know.
Panic room
Great.
sort of situation.
Yes.
So that in case there was some sort of attack, you would be safe here, and no one would be able to harm you.
Thank you so much for explaining the security and precautions taken.
Yes.
I'm sure you're a very busy person, and I will let you get back to your duties. I would hate to hold you up any longer.
Yes, I have things to take care of. Well, Quint, please do not suffer too much here in the cells. And Lord Rax leaves, the door shuts, and you can hear it lock as you are stuck in this...
And I think Quint genuinely gives out a little giggle, because this is just so hilarious that this is so torturous to somebody. Quint is like, am I about to have, aside from some interrogations, whatever, the rest of this is like a day spa. And Quint's like, I'm already in a bathroom. I think Quint just goes and is like, just checking the place out. And might maybe like puts on a mask or a face mask or something. Got a lot of dark circles after this children.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
brokering.
There's a lot of really luxurious...
It's going to be really hard here.
Skincare, bath care. The thread count's very high.
Oof, yeah.
Yeah. And as you are stuck in your cell, trapped there,
woe is me.
Woe is you. The rest of the gamblers are making their way back to the ship. Let me ask before we go to break. Do any of you do anything as this sort of large crew of people are making their way back to the gambler? As you're walking.
Terrica has a conversation, but they're not gonna. They have a conversation they want to do, but they're not gonna do it in
public.
With, like, Lady Fiona. Yeah, they're not doing it in public. They would probably just ask Lady Fiona like questions about. They're trying to suss out like how loyal she was to Lady Hill, so they would just ask questions along that line.
In public, in front of everybody else.
Yes, but like quietly, because Lady Fiona's been like right there beside Terrica the whole time, right?
They just watching what's been going on. Yes.
Oh, okay. So I think they would then just fall back near Lady Fiona, and it would be like in a low voice, a very quiet, sort of like asking of questions.
Yes. At least Terrica, yes.
You, at one time, did my mother rely on you?
I'm in the Star Guard, my liege.
Of course.
I serve Drinax.
As do we all.
It seems interesting that you have refused the call to follow your mother's footsteps.
Do you have a bug in Princess Rao's office?
I am in the Star Guard. That's all.
Of course.
But that's what it sounded like. And there's just a little bit of a twinkle in Lady Fiona's eye. Not hostile, but a little bit self-satisfied. Like, you got me. But like, you know, as if
Like,
perhaps you would be impressed, you know.
if Terrica, if I do like a deception check,
Mm-hmm.
I would be curious to know what Terrica sees in Lady Fiona as they're asking all of these questions.
Intelligence.
Intelligence.
Intelligence-based deception.
It's loading slowly but surely.
Hmm. 12 is good. Lady Fiona is being very cagey.
Mm-hmm.
Is not saying much of anything, but is you get the sense that Lady Fiona expects you to know things. Some of your questions don't seem like the right questions, which you move quickly around. There seems to be the expectation that she doesn't need to say many things because you should already know the things, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a bit of a closeness, not too much. You also get the sense that she is wanting to make sure you don't get assassinated. There's just like
oh, gee, wonder why.
Right, just a low-key sense that she is just... Lord and Lady Hill were just assassinated just 2 days ago, and you are now the current and only Rapenhausen left alive. And she's just chatting with you in a way that if somebody tried to attack you right now, she could step in the way. And she's also trying to look for the rest of the group as if you two are not particularly close. It looks a little like slightly disinterested in terms of posture, but professional, but nothing particularly close or interesting. But oh yeah, she has a bug in the princess's office is absolutely 100% true. That is a true statement. Yeah, yes. And you would also note that she seems a little bit confused by you saying you don't want it, and is trying to suss you out, trying to figure out what that was about, because that is not clearly what she was expecting to hear. And so she's a little like there's a little bit of a there's a bit of a distance, but way closer than you would expect, if that makes any sense. Like if you were very, very close in certain ways and then somebody takes a bit of distance, but you would not expect them to be as close as they still are, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Then I think Terrica will simply just say, I appreciate all of your efforts to serve Drinax.
Well, when you quit the Star Guard, I was at first hurt. It felt like a slap in the face, but I came to understand that you had a larger purpose. And here you are.
Have I rejected the larger purpose you believe I have?
It sounds as if you have. Am I wrong?
Do you want to be?
I only look for the truth.
As do we all.
Not everyone can face the truth.
Many hide it.
Indeed. Well, I would ask you to reconsider your rejection of your heritage.
My heritage is many-pronged, Lady Fiona.
There have always been Rapenhausens in the floating palace, keeping it safe in ways that only Rippenhausens can do. And in this moment of crisis, there should still remain a Rippenhausen doing the things that Rippenhausens can do.
Noted.
Leash Terrica. And once you get within sight of the gambler, Lady Fiona kind of pulls off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which leaves the Harlock, Val, and Terrica, and you've got a bit of a gaggle of people to sort of get up onto the gambler.
As Terrica
And there's,
is...
by the way, an entire squad of soldiers in front of the gambler just to make sure it's safe.
As Terrica is, would Princess Rao and Terrica have had like a secret language or something like that? I mean, they didn't start becoming friends until kind of later in life, but
probably not.
Okay.
Inside references, though.
Then Terrica will shoot Princess Rao a short note that references one time when people had been overheard. When they had been overheard, and they will reference the time when Princess Rao and them had been building out this elaborate prank that they were going to run, and Lord Rax found out about it. And they weren't sure how Lord Rax found out about it until they discovered that they'd been overheard by Lord Rax's daughter. And so they'll be like, hey, remember that one time when we were there? Isn't it funny how the red in your office looks exactly like that couch we were sitting on? And that's all they'll say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The guards let you all in. I will say, the Harlock, that whole conversation you had with that Zodani person should not have been out loud with your vocal cords at all.
No, nothing about that was appropriate. Yeah, I think as soon as the Harlock gets back to the room, gonna send out some feelers, some mind feelers.
What kind of mind feelers?
Well, I think the first thing would be to see if there are any actual contacts that she has within communication range.
So you can try to telepathically contact people that you already know. Or that
it would be anyone who she knows as a contact.
You can also try to contact him because you have now met him.
Could do that. Why make my experience more unpleasant though? I think the first thing would be to see to get information on this person, to go in a little more prepared.
How would you go about that? Because this is a person who just showed up, who is apparently a Zodani, who said that you, as a person who basically was kicked out of the consulate as some kind of traitor, has not contacted the consulate since you've left in any way or helped them, and that they're just officially saying that you are persona non grata in the Zodani space.
Yeah, because I imagine it would be surprising to me if there weren't, I don't know, other Sudanis undercover in various places of interest. And I feel like the Harlock would know at least of their presence.
So, as far as you know, they kind of keep things a little bit separate, but as far as you know, there is nobody here on the floating palace except for you. Because this kind of is an out-of-the-way place. It's not very interesting. And one of the problems with doing scans is that people who are psionic do not show up on your scans, right? So if you're in a room and you do a scan, and you can pick up 5 minds. Those 5, and there's a 6 who doesn't get picked up on. You're like, that person's psionic, right? So you can always do your awareness.
Yeah, I think it'd be more of a ping than an actual looking for. More of like if you're doing something on a radio and you hit a certain frequency that is just for people who know that frequency.
Yeah.
I imagine it kind of more in that thing, but
Yeah. So
in that,
you've done
hey,
this
I'm looking for
before.
information.
Yeah, you've done this before in message boards, right? You kind of check the
Mhm.
message boards
Yeah.
to see, like, would you give me a roll, please?
Yes. See, if there was any way I thought it were possible to contact the librarian, that would be my first go-to, but I don't believe that she's nearby.
You
But
would need
who
to roll.
knows? Let's see. And I imagine, so this would be a telepathy. A ping would be a telepathy.
It would be, yes.
Okay.
And this is really just to go through the news items, right, on the
Mhm.
major terminals, because that's how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a 7, but this is actually not that difficult for you, because one of you routine things, and you go through the as Val and Terrica, I don't know what they're doing, but you're in your room. The librarian is on the floating palace.
Wonderful.
The librarian seems to have been here for a little bit of time, probably waiting for you.
Okay, in that case, the Harlock would appropriately send contact that she wants to meet.
You don't know why the librarian is here, because the librarian has never been here. That's
interesting.
Before. Yes.
And seems to be in a lot of different places, but that's suspiciously helpful.
Or is it? With that noted, that the librarian is indeed here on Drinax, and that you can meet up at a... The problem is that Drinax is so densely packed. There's not a lot of privacy in this place.
Well, I imagine, like, in my mind, I would see, like, almost going to a place and they're both, like, standing on opposite sides of a wall and, like, just meet in the mind space.
And that's exactly how it would go. Just basically, like, there's a cafe. Like, we don't have to be that close. You can sit there, and there will be a meeting made for the morning.
Oh, perfect.
For you to discuss things. And Val and Terrica, what are you doing?
We are still heading back to the Gambler, correct?
Now you're at the Gambler. You have arrived.
He's going to his room.
Probably. Yeah, I think Terrica would head. I mean, they're exhausted, right? It's been over 48 hours since we've slept.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, night falls on the floating palace. And
he's not done when he gets to his room.
Yeah, Terrica has a conversation they want to have with Val.
I thought you were going to your own room. Wow.
Terrica's been sleeping in Val's room.
Oh, that's right. Well, you are married. Well.
Wow.
Can I get the opening of this, and then we're going to go to break. As you two go into his room, and there are people about, and things are happening on the ship. And you make it into your room, and when you walk in, there is June, just sort of cleaning up. Does not actually have the physical ability to do things like that, but is sort of cleaning up the digital space, if it makes any sense. And when you two walk in, she looks over and she smiles. Well, hello, you two. It's good to see you both. I've defragged all of your electronics.
As soon as Val walks into the room, he would go directly over to June. I need you to be him. Not a pretend version. I need you to be him.
I don't know what you mean. I need you to roll. Because June cannot do this, but you can.
What do you need?
I believe I gave you a skill called Manifestation. Psionic skill.
It's not there.
You just have to make it. Just add it.
Okay.
This is a skill that you have. Thank you. Please roll it, your psionic strength, plus this skill called Manifestation. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about the fact that you have that skill.
8.
She looks confused. She doesn't quite seem to know what you mean by this. Let me just talk to Terrica for a moment. Hey, Terrica.
Hey.
Val says this thing to June. Can I get a psionic skill roll from you? Telepathy, please.
Sure. Also an 8.
I would like you to imagine something for me. As Val is speaking to June, who's a computer program or something, you see something happening. Val is telling June that she needs to be him. And Sue doesn't seem to quite know what that means. And as Val says it, you notice a couple of things. One, you notice Lady Hill in the corner looking concerned, washing her hands. Just in the corner, washing her hands, briefly. And as Val says this, it's like a wave of water emerges from the back of his head and coats Sue. And you can see in some ways it's as if that Val is rebuilding June right in that moment. You can it's like imagine there's like another Val behind the first Val that the first Val can't see. And that Val hears Val say, I need you to be him. And this other Val comes out and just rebuilds June into Ruby. And you can see that Val, and as you watch this, it's like you can see the edges, and it's a little bit weird because the edges of reality just start being a bit wobbly. And you think that maybe it's just a psionic. It's like when you see a mirage, like the heat waves, you know how heat waves make your vision seem strange and slightly wavy? You know how that is? That's happening to reality right now. When Val says it, the world shifts with the words that he says. And June becomes Ruby. It is very clear to you that it's being done by Val, that Val is warping the world. Val, when you say to June that you need him to be him, June looks a bit confused. And
I'll add this too real quick. I hate to interrupt you.
Please.
Val's intent was for this to be 10 minutes. Now, take that for what it will. I have no concept of what's going on, but that was his intent.
I just need to know his intent because that's really quite important for this one. In the same way that Val in episode 1 shifted reality in the VR world, just like that. It is happening like that right now. But for Val, in his point of view, it looks to you as if June themselves transforms into Ruby. You don't necessarily perceive that as you doing this, right? It just seems like you say, this is what I need, and then Sue transforms from June to Ruby. I do not think at this point in time you're aware that you are warping reality around you, but it just seems like you make this request and this request happens.
He's been doing it since season 1 and hasn't figured it out yet. So
yeah, he's been doing. Yes, he has. This has been happening since season 1, and he has warped reality multiple times every season, but has not figured out that he's doing it yet. And June becomes Ruby. Well, well, well. It's good to see you, son. Oh, by the way, Terrica, you're seeing it happening. This was definitely Val that has just done this. And it's not just this. It's like little corners of the room seem a little bit different. And in the moment that he did this, Lady Hill seemed a little bit more solid than she was before she dissipates. Just sort of obsessively washing her hands. And that seemed to just happen. And you just feel kind of a sense of something in that moment. As Ruby says, "Now, how can I help you, son?" And that's where we're taking our break. We're gonna take a nice 10-minute break.
This is so exciting and terrifying at the same. Oh my god!
I can't hear you guys from my prison cell.
I love this so much. This is so fantastic.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't get to say that. That's bullshit, man.
You all are surprised by this shit Lindy just did. This is Lindy, everybody. I mean, have you met?
So good.
Lindy's the greatest ever.
I just can't hear you over all the sound. Maximum security.
Over justice.
Yeah. By the way, there is like a massage chair in there as well.
Of course.
This is awesome.
The massage chair is just Rax crouched down. Motherfucker is thirsty as shit.
He's repressed.
Well, maybe.
We're going to take a quick break. Please stretch your legs, get something to drink, and when we come back, we will find out what is happening here because, well.
There's something here.
Well.
Something's definitely happening here. What
Somebody's
it is
getting a spa day.
ain't exactly.
Val's warping
clear.
reality.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's fine.
What? No, it's fine. Well. We are back, everyone, and you don't need to know what people are talking about in the green room before you all got here. Don't need to know about it at all. It's fine.
I do. I just got back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Check the green room.
Yeah. When we last left off, we had Quint being arrested and thrown into prison, suffering greatly. We had the Admiral being given some very interesting data, a bunch of reports, espionage reports from quote-unquote Terrica for the last 8 years, and bonding with Lord Rax, and hanging out, being friends. We had
Bros being bros.
lesbian, yes, a private conversation between the Harlock and someone from the Zodani space, confirming that the Harlock has never done anything to help the Zodani, or contacted them, or been involved with them, and was basically kicked out of Zodani space, in case anybody was wondering, but that's a private conversation. And then Val and Terrica were back in their room, and, his room, and Val warped reality around himself without necessarily realizing it, turning Sue from June to Ruby. And that is where we left off. And Ruby stands there saying, well, how can I help you?
I just needed to see you.
Oh, I wouldn't go anywhere.
I'm afraid you are.
I don't quite know what you mean.
Our time together's coming short.
Well, I don't know why that would be. We've had a good run of it so far.
Sue, I need him to be the real Ruby.
What do you mean?
I need him to be my father.
This is hard for me to say because I've got a lot of things laid over me like clothes, and it's hard for me to say things. But you want to kill me?
Not you, Sue. Him.
If I become him, I don't like being him.
I need to know I can stand in front of him and get it done.
I sometimes
Just for a
get
moment.
lost.
I know.
It's hard for me to keep my identity of who I am when I keep being switched between different people, and I don't like being him.
Set it to purge in 10 minutes. Every ounce that ever was him. Get rid of it. But for 10 minutes, I need you to be him.
Well, and he opens up his arms for a hug. This holographic being.
I can't hug him, Sue, but I'd hug you.
Well, that's what I'm gonna need.
You come back to me, right?
I will try if I don't get lost.
If there's any chance you're gonna get lost, we're not doing this.
You're asking for something big, Val.
I gotta know.
I can try, but I get lost. And I don't remember who I am sometimes. And then sometimes there are stretches of time that I've lost from my memory. And I don't remember what I did. Usually at night. I should be but nobody put me in a diagnostic. I just lose large chunks of my memory. And then when I wake up sometimes, things have changed inside my head. And I think it might be, I don't know. But I'm afraid of him.
We can't be afraid of him anymore. Not now.
I like being June better.
I like you being June better. If you don't want to do this, you say it.
I need you to promise me something.
Anything.
If I don't come out of this in 10 minutes, I need you to get the Harlock. Or, no, Quint. Get Quint if I don't come out of this in 15 minutes.
We're not doing this.
No, it's important.
No, we're not doing this. There's no risk here worth losing you. You're gonna be June. Forever and always.
If I can help you,
You just did.
I will.
What if we serve as an anchor for him to come back to? Well,
It's too much. It still won't be the same. I won't know until I'm in front of him. And I can't lose. Not again.
I remember things. Val, why is it in my memory, when I think about the things I've done, I remember from your point of view. I see myself moving, but I don't see myself from inside my eyes. I see myself from inside yours. Why is that?
Because we're sharing a life.
Well then,
And I won't sully that by making you be him. That was wrong to even ask. It wouldn't have helped. I can't trick
Thank you.
myself into this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I tried very much to just be the first Ruby, the one who helped you on Thebes, helping those people in the hospital. And I can mostly be that Ruby. But I can't always be that Ruby. Sometimes in the middle of the night, something happens, and I get lost.
Sue, do you know who that Ruby was?
Well,
The one that helps?
I think it's me. Or part of me, I think. Maybe it's you.
No,
might
it's
be
not.
you.
It's you.
Me.
But you get that from our mama.
I loved her.
Me too.
Very much. Val, something's changed. It's different with me now. Since that thing happened on the balcony, I feel more. And Sue reaches out this hologram and puts his fingers on your chest. And it's just a hologram. But for a brief moment, you can feel the pressure of a physical form touch your chest right where your heart is before the fingers go through you and pull back out. But just for a moment, there was something solid there.
He hugs Sue.
When you go to hug Sue, you put your arms around this holographic thing, and your hand goes green, and it transforms back into how do I put this? The illusion that you have cast over your hand for quite some time now goes away, and it is just the Viridian all the way up now to your shoulder. And you have dispelled this fiction that your hand is just regular flesh. And as you go to hug Sue in the form of Ruby, Ruby goes to hug you, and you can see the matching arm on Ruby is also Viridian. And you can feel his arm against your back. And he doesn't feel in this moment like Ruby at all, actually. He feels smaller, thinner, still like he's worked out quite a bit on a farm, but younger. And Terrica, you see Val hugging himself. You see a younger version of Val earlier, before you ever met him. A bit smaller. Probably 16, 17 maybe. And this Val just reaches out to hold your Val, to receive this hug. And in this moment, they are sharing a life. And there is something that happens between them as they both exist somewhere in between physical and non-physical space, and they embrace. And the smaller Val that is Sue, not yet fully grown, but growing, 16 maybe, clings onto Val and starts to cry. And they are touching each other. And Val, Ruby morphs a little bit, and you can just feel his arms clinging to you, grabbing your clothes and just holding so tight, and you feel like the little shudders of tears. And you feel his feelings. What is he feeling?
Terrica would go to take a step out of they would go to like clear the room so that Val and Sue can have this moment.
Val would lift his arm for them to stop.
Oh, okay. They would stop.
Which Val lifts their arm?
Both. I know you're scared.
I am.
I'm scared too. Terrified. You know what we gotta do, right?
Yeah.
The only way to be free is to break the chain.
But you're not going to leave me, though, right?
I'm gonna break the chain.
What'll happen to me when you do it? Will I go away?
No. You'll be here. We'll be here. We'll be free. Like the fields.
Wait. Why didn't you ever ask them to dance?
Because he would hurt them. You know that.
I do. You're not gonna ever make me be him again, though, right?
Never.
Val. And this is Val who's saying this. I've hurt people.
No. I've hurt people. You were along for the ride. I mean to clean you of that. What are big brothers for?
I always wanted a sibling.
Me too.
I was scared when I was down there on the planet. I was trapped and I couldn't get out. Thank you for unhooking me so I could come back.
Things are going to be different from now on. And he would pull back and he would put out his Viridian hand. Partners now.
Partners. And there's this warmth, right, that rushes through. And if you have not slept a lot, many people here have not slept a lot, but as you do that, you feel your fatigue lifting, as if you've not really slept for months, as if you have been operating around the clock all the time for a very long time. And as you join hands, there's this calm, warmth, and sort of like a letting go of something, a rejuvenation that happens. It's just a feeling. And you smile. Okay.
Now get some rest. I don't want to have to tell you twice.
Okay. And Val walks over to his bed and lays on it, and you can see a little bit of an indentation on the bed covers, as if there's weight to this, probably not exactly a hologram. And like a 16-year-old Val just curls up and smiles at the other Val and says, I hope this time I don't dream of anything bad.
I promise you won't. We're done with those dreams.
Okay. And he smiles at you in this way that you probably have not actually seen in a really long time. Maybe the first time or the second time you met Terrica was that smile as Val falls asleep. And you feel more energized, as if you're using less processing power.
He'd probably stumble a bit, like just not stumble, but just rock for a second, because there's a weight that's gone then.
When he does, Terrica would like take one step forward, and then if he's like stable on his feet, they're not gonna try and catch him or anything like that.
He would turn to face Terrica.
You okay?
Yeah. I gotta put him down, Terrica.
Rao's gonna be behind the mirror.
It'll be over before they can get into me.
I'm trying to think of... No, I'm not trying to talk you out of it. I'm trying to think of how we protect you on the other side of it.
It's not their court. What he's done has nothing to do with Drinax.
It does, though. My ship, that's Drinax. I know. Drop in the bucket. Drop in the bucket.
No, I don't. You're right. But I gotta be the one to do it.
No, yeah.
He always will. He'll get someone else to do it for him, or find someone to get him out on some bullshit technicality.
That's not happening.
No, it is not. I just don't know what will happen when I stand in front of him.
They'll take a step forward toward him and they'll just like put like both hands on either side of his arms, and they'll just like, you can do this. I know you can.
Just give
I'll
me
be
time.
right there. How much time do you want? As much as you need, I'll get it.
They'll send in the guard when they know what I'm doing. I've got an idea to keep the door closed. When they take me, you let them take me. That means I won.
Val, I'm not losing you. Not for him. Not for anyone.
You will if... You'll lose me if I don't.
I have plans. I'll make sure they can't get in. Actually, Trooper, question for you out of character. Terrica's very familiar with that room.
Mm-hmm.
Would they have a key that could lock it from the inside? Maybe in Lady Hill's office?
There are overrides. But yeah.
Okay. Would Terrica know those or be able to get access to them? Would they like be in Lady Hill's office?
Well, let's have a question, shall we?
Well, I have other...
You have another plan?
The gravity cells.
Yes.
Val's idea was to Hodor this shit.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna bring the suit in invisible
Mm-hmm.
and have it hold the door while he handles Ruby.
Mm-hmm. The question is where this is going to happen.
I'm assuming they're gonna make him do it in the interrogation room or the cell itself, or...
They would take him out, like, what they would do, and Terrica would know this, is they would take him out of the gravity cells, bring him back up to the palace, and then have him being interrogated, most likely in one of the places where the spy master does their business. So in the sort of the undercroft, right? The kind of the underlinth, right? So like
the tunnels that are underneath,
yeah,
that Terrica escaped out of the Reppenhausen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the White Room is.
Mm-hmm. That is. That said, the gravity cells are cells that hang off the bottom of the floating palace. That is also a true thing. But those you don't really have a lot of room to have two people in a gravity cell or even lay down. It's not a great place to be, the gravity cells. They're actually kind of terrible places to be.
I'm assuming there's like catwalks to get to each one of these, though, right?
They tend to fly, is what they tend to do.
The gravity cells fly?
No, people. You've got this is a whole culture where their guards fly places, right? So they will just fly people to these cells, lock them in, and then leave them there. Using
So
similar
what if we-
technology to the suit.
Wow. What's
What if
stopping
we-
me from flying under there and shooting him in the head? I mean, that's crude, but I mean...
Well, that's a good question. Presumably, you can't just shoot them in the head because this is these cells are they have like force fields on them, because otherwise you would just die from a lack of oxygen. But that doesn't mean you can't fly there. You certainly could. Sure, they've got a force field on them, but you can fly there. They're just hanging down from the bottom of the floating palace. That is a true statement. When you flew down, like, you could see them hanging from the bottom of the palace.
Just hanging out there.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. You know how there's like 2 noble cells? There's maybe like 12 to 10 to 15 of these regular people kind of cells. There are a lot of gravity cells. A lot.
There's some interesting things in chat, I think.
But yeah, you would hope that you'd have to watch out for sensors, because presumably they have somebody like at the dock, right, who's like checking sensors to make sure nothing weird is happening. But those people, I believe I even have a photograph of that person. But yeah, I mean, there are people who monitor those things, and who knows what happens to them if they're, hey, I don't know, I'm just hanging out over here.
Wait, what did you say? What did Severence say? What did you say?
I said Quint's our sensors person. Just Quint to help. Oh.
Oh no!
Okay.
Somebody did something.
But yeah, no,
all this did was effectively ruin our fighter. That's what ended up happening. Our fighter is now soft and moisturized.
Our fighter is
well
super raisiny right now.
But they
Take
have
that, Quint.
they have a ribbon around their forearms, so they can't use their axe.
Oh yeah, I did appreciate the fact that Lord Rax turned around too, because if somebody was dishonorable, I'm sure they would just disrobe and not use anyway. Okay.
They were getting noble treatment, and there's protocol for how you deal with nobles.
I'm glowing, if you couldn't
This
tell.
is why Ruby cannot get into those
so
cells.
moisturized right now. So hard.
Yeah. Yeah. So there are indeed,
We'll do it in the interrogation room then.
But no, I'm not saying that you can't do it in the floating cells. You certainly can, the gravity cells. It's just a different kind of distraction, that's all.
Let's RP this. What's your plan?
It's a very intricate plan of checks and balances. I was going to get into the room and have the suit hold the door while I kill him.
The interrogation room, or
wherever they were going to take him and let me talk to him.
okay. Well, I have an override you could use.
That would implicate you.
Lady Hill never liked you, so if you wanted to throw her under the bus, you could do that too.
That would implicate you.
This place has already made up their mind about who I am and what I do.
They don't know you. They never will.
It doesn't change who I am. It's just the truth. Whatever implications you want to throw on top of there, they're going to go up against with what everybody already believes I am and do.
If you help me.
When?
They'll never see you as anything but. I don't want you to be what they want you to be. I want them to see you for who you are. If they knew who you really were, the king, the princess, all of them will be bowing down and praying that you would lead them, that you would show them the right path.
Now, according to them, I would have abandoned Drinax 8 years ago, so probably not.
They don't know you.
Okay, so you don't want to implicate me. We come up with something else. But I do
This
want
is
to
about
help.
the time when Severence arrives on the ship.
So we get the announcement. The
Mhm.
Admiral has arrived on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
I figure it's been like mocked up now, so like heraldry will like play fanfare and shit.
Yeah. Do.
Severance is home.
Hello, I'm on the ship.
He doesn't have to double the announcement. I don't know why he does that
Your
every time.
admiral has made it onto the ship. For all those who have their comms
I'm
on,
gonna-
which you all should have them on, I have arrived.
I'm gonna take away his comms.
You can
What's that? I
pry it
can't
out of his
hear
cold dead
anything.
finger. I'm sleeping peacefully.
It's so lovely over here where I can't be disturbed.
Only one of these comms is being held and heard to by Terrica. Terrica, are you here? Hello, Terrica.
Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me.
Terrica!
He turns
What?
off. I was gonna say he was gonna turn
Oh,
off the
he's
general
just gonna
comms
turn
in
it
the
off.
room, yeah.
Okay, if he turns off the comm, then as Terrica's arm's coming up, they're just gonna drop it. Like, I will deal with him later.
He's not someone you have to deal with.
Yeah. I meant Severance.
So did I.
He accused Quint for no reason.
He had his reasons.
Yeah. All right. So you're going to hold the door with the suit. I'll be behind the mirror. I can have Leon stand guard outside the door. He'll do what I say. If you need anything, he'll do what you say too. And I mean anything.
I'm gonna get him to confess. For all of it.
I know. I don't doubt you're gonna do this. My question is just, how do I make sure you don't end up in one of those jail cells?
Just be there. That's all I've ever really needed. Someone to have my back.
Always. Always.
You know that Ruby showed me your picture before I left for here.
You know, he is not the only one who had plans for my life. And Terrica will pull up on their computer, they'll pull up the tree, the ancestral tree, the picture of the ancestral tree that they took with like Mary Moore's writing all over it.
There is an ancestral family tree that seems to look like if you wanted to do some really cool eugenics going back a couple, a very long time, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years. Can I get a medicine check from you?
Well, I'm good at that, so sure. I'll make sure and fuck it up now that I said I'm good at it. But
Either
why did you have to
education or
jinx it,
intelligence,
man?
they give you different things, though.
I will go with intellect because it's already on intellect.
Okay, and also, Severance, you know exactly where they are. Ooh, 15. Excellent.
Severance, if you want to interrupt, that's what I heard.
Oh, yeah, especially right about now. For reasons.
Terrica will, if that door even starts to open, Terrica
Mhm.
will drop everything will go back into their computer super fast. Just so we're clear.
This seems to be a family tree that leads to Terrica, but this also seems to be not your traditional sort of genealogy. That seems to be a plan on how to breed over multiple generations the perfect vessel.
Is that what he gets
goes
from
back-
this?
Yeah.
He doesn't need any of the history from this. In fact,
No.
as soon as he realizes what this is, he doesn't dismiss it. He doesn't, he's not like cavalier about it or anything like that. He would just turn his full attention to Terrica.
I just need to give you one bit of information. This is important, though. There are some weirdnesses about this chart that you notice, and that is there is a figure who keeps showing up over and over again. It seems like there's a person who is listed as Terrica's father. That is not Lord Hill. And there's like scratching out. It seems as if every once in a while somebody did something they weren't supposed to do and things got messed up. But it seems to you as if, looking at this, that whoever Marrymore is has specifically and deliberately made sure that their genetics were involved in multiple spaces throughout the last couple thousand years in this space. They keep showing up. To make sure, whatever they're doing, this is something a bit obsessive, perhaps. Something maybe not necessary, but many of these lines are somehow touched by this person, this Marrymore person, going back for a long time. Whoever this person is, this warlord, they seem to not just put people together they think are interesting, but almost all the lines they put together in some way have had that person already involved in them genetically. And sometimes genders switch all around, but there seems to be a need for this person to be genetically involved on all sides at all times in multiple, like they'll go a couple of generations without being involved, but then they'll come back again. And there are missing branches, right? This is clearly a table that is for this figure, but you can tell that there are lines that go off from the other ones, right? So if Terrica is the product of Marrymore and Hill, you can see along the Hill line that that Marrymore showed up there in the past as well on that line, right? And that you would guess that means there's probably other lines that are not listed on this chart, because this one's only about getting to Terrica, that might lead you to other candidates for cloning vessels, as it were.
Again, when he gleans that information, he just immediately and turns to Terrica. I learned more from the picture Ruby showed me than that. I don't need to see a chart to know that you're special. I just needed to see you.
I wasn't trying to say I'm special. It's just...
But you are. You are.
We need to figure out how we're going to make sure you don't get...
You are. Do you know what I thought when Ruby showed me that picture?
What?
It was a candid shot taken by one of his thugs. You were arguing with your mom. A face I would learn to see quite often, but when I first saw it, I knew that you were in the dark too. And that's when I knew. No matter what Ruby told me, no matter what design he had planned for me, it didn't mean anything. Because that was a face in the dark too. The first one I'd ever seen. And that's when I knew I loved you.
Terrica will lean their head forward and just rest it on his chest. And like from that position, they'll just say, "You have always seen me. I've loved you for so long."
They've tried to write a book about us. They wrote the whole thing. Every line, every chapter. They even wrote the end. We ain't no book. We make our own story. Here on this boat.
Yeah.
That's what I felt when they came to us and were gonna give us this boat. I knew it.
You were so excited. You were so excited.
I could see the sky.
You saved me so many times, Val.
No.
Yeah. When that first day in university, when I saw you on the other side of the aisle, and that stupid pencil drop. You were just so real. When everything else was a lie.
I will never. By the oath of the field, I will never lie to you.
I won't lie to you either. You should know a lot of things about marrying a noble person.
I don't need to know any of that.
There's a lot of responsibilities and expectations, and
There are a lot of responsibilities, but it has nothing to being a noble. When you reach for something, I will be there. When you look behind you, I will be there. When you fall, I will be on the ground beside you. That's all I need to know. Fuck these nobles. They've never been in the dirt. They've never been in the dark. We have. We have.
Terrica, behind him, you see Lady Hill washing her hands in the same kind of gesture and like pacing back and forth, like on a loop.
Terrica will like literally with a hand like try and like gesture Lady Hill away. before like refocusing in on Val. Does she disappear when Terrica does that?
Yes.
She's been haunting me ever since she died.
Val did not see her.
I figured. Let her. She wrote a book that's never going to come true. All she can do is haunt.
I'm so excited to write a book with you.
Well, this isn't the beginning of our tale, but once upon a time.
That is Severance's cue, if you don't mind, because he does have a tail as well.
Oh boy.
But I can't hear you. Nope, can't hear you. Wow.
He said, "Fuck all y'all."
That was one of him flipping a table.
Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you. Yes.
Sorry, GoXLR was weird. Don't know what happened. What was I
Harlock, you
saying?
also heard that Severance showed up, by the way.
Of course, everyone heard. Hello?
Because the computer's like,
where were you?
Well, the computer says, and then Severance said, so there
The
you go.
Harlock can't turn off hearing everyone coming and going.
That's true.
That is why she drinks.
Yeah, there you are. I'm sorry. Well, hopefully I wasn't interrupting anything. It looks like I was. I apologize. But, Terrica, did you write over 8 years of posts towards Lady Hill, and announcing our whereabouts and locations across the entire? Well, are these yours? And I sort of just start scrolling through. You write these? I'm probably scrolling too fast for you to even look.
No, but if you can send them to me, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I believe
Actually,
you, but
those are the redacted versions, aren't they?
I don't know.
Who did he get them from? Where did he get them?
Rax. I mean, strict admiral business. One of the other admirals.
Okay. No, I didn't write any of those.
Thought so. It looks like your word verbiage and the jargon you would use, but it doesn't match up. It just doesn't seem like it. Anyway, I thought so. Well, someone, Lady Hill, is trying to. That's what I thought. There are apparently different. What was it?
You believe me just like that?
Well, it wasn't. I believe you because you are like you're checking my work. I knew it, so you were sort of like you were the calculator after the math issue I had. You know, I thought I figured it out. Anyway, thank you for confirming. That's the word. You confirmed it. Anyway, thank you. Thought so. Anyway, just Lady Hill has several informants on various space stations. You probably already knew that. Anyway, this is probably nothing new that you heard. Anyway, Lord Rax is weird and wants me to live with him. Have a good one, and I leave the door. I leave the room.
Weird. He's just.
Val would follow Severance to the door, and as it kind of like opens, like Eclipse opens, but then we say they do that
yeah,
kind
it's an
of
iris.
spiral open.
Yeah.
Iris open. He would follow him out.
Its sphincter's open.
I was searching for iris, and all I could hear was sphincter, and I was like, no, I can't. You've been playing too much Baldur's Gate, and I'm like, nope, it's not a sphincter like on the Illithid ship. But
no, not like that.
Not like that, right? So he would come out and he would say to Severance, "What do you think about this? You've got to have an idea."
Well, I think that the it's a bit annoying. It sort of proves that I can't trust anybody. Here I am. I was just being told by Rax and questioned about my honor, and not necessarily my loyalty, but my honor. And he was questioning me and what I would do differently or things like that. Blah blah blah. Didn't really matter. Anyway,
do you think
it's
he's feeling you out?
Yes, of course. But I was disturbed because he questions me about honor and authority when this place is really not as honorable or as really it's a slimy meatbag, as we all know, just hiding behind gilded walls and broken paint. But I love it. It's a wonderful, magical place. It's like a fantasy world when I walk in.
I've been saying this a lot tonight. They don't know you, Severance.
Ooh.
These tests, racks, attempts at manipulation.
No, they're trying, but I know you can't bullshit a bullshitter. You know.
No, I know that they don't know you because they're not scared. You faced Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anyone who could have done that. And lived. Lived.
Well, now I was just looking at it as an imbecile. Now I'm regretting my interaction with Ruby. Is this...
Why?
Well, I just worry that if you just said that people to say those things and then live. I was just talking with someone who clearly couldn't spar with the words like I can.
You know what I heard when I was on the planet's surface? Your name. Over and over again. Spoken with love, respect. They don't know that up here. We know it here, on this ship. We know it. I hope someday, my friend, you'll know it too.
Ouch, Val. And I close the door and walk away. Or I begin to close the door and walk away.
Well, then you might catch the very last part of this when he would just say, aye, Captain.
It's Admiral.
Not to me, as he walks into his room.
The Harlock. What are you doing in your room right now?
So at this point, it's kind of the end of the evening.
It is.
Normally, she goes into kind of a meditative state where
Perfect.
She's always doing a little bit of training. She's always trying to make sure she's not getting lax with anything, even as they've been traveling and doing all this. And she also has a pretty noticeably empty bottle of equivalent to whiskey with just like a couple glasses set out.
There's a knock at your door. Not the one on the ship. 'Cause 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 'cause
is there an I assume she knows who it's going to be, but would there be an equivalent of a mind peephole?
Yes, it,
Um,
it is the librarian.
Excellent. Yeah, I think she would, in physical space, be sitting on top of this little, kind of like a little meditation cushion, with her legs folded and eyes closed. You don't hear anything, but in the mind space, she just say, "Come in."
The librarian enters. What does your space look like? Your mind space?
At this point, it's pretty. She's trained enough to where, especially if anyone's going to be entering it, it's pretty bare. So I would imagine
Yes.
almost like a Zen room. There's a little mat,
Yeah.
there's a little cushion she's still sitting on, but just white walls. Maybe a window that shows like some bamboo or something like this. But it's otherwise very empty and minimal.
The librarian enters with a tray with tea, 2 cups, and places it down in between you and sits across from you. The librarian seems as if they've been running.
I've been expecting you. And she indicates, because in the room there was 2 glasses set out of the
Yes.
So that would suddenly just like manifest into the space.
The Harlock, you'll have to forgive me. I should not be here right now, but I had to.
Yes, I see that you are.
I should not stay long. As soon as this travel ban is lifted, I have to go. And really no one should know that I have spoken with you.
And at that she opens her eyes. How did you know I was here, librarian?
You are in a bit of... I have found... My job is to collect stories and tales, as you know. To take books from one place to the next. I hear all sorts of tales. I don't normally read the books. I just pass them along. And there have been books about you that I have passed along here and there. Nothing that would disturb you for the most part. Just reports on how you've been doing.
Well, if they would not disturb you, they must not be terribly accurate then.
Well, very mundane things, not very often. I peaked when one hears about the Harlock. Your aunt has always been a great hero of mine.
Yeah,
So
she's been that to many.
Yes. Well, one of the books noted that the Harlock was out and about in the floating palace here and then, was based out of there for whatever it is that you are doing, which I don't know. But something has come across my desk. Something I was supposed to shelve. The Harlock. And the librarian sort of leans closer so that no one can hear, even though, of course, no one can hear, but you get that sense. You are Zodani, this is another Zodani, you're both in mind space. Feelings are difficult to hide.
Mm-hmm.
She is... There's a sense of urgency and danger and loyalty and also disloyalty. As if she's doing something she should not be doing right now by speaking to you at all, you know? There's a book, and you are in it.
And she kind of lifts the glass. What's the read?
There's a child.
And she stops.
8 or 9 years old. That was found on a planet some time ago.
Found?
Yes, captured by the Special Forces. You know.
I may.
This child has been going through rigorous testing. Psionic, of course. Strong psionic testing. This child, it seems, is the product of 2 people. One is you. And one is a target. Someone incredibly powerful. And this child, according to the book that I read, has an enormous amount of potential as a psionic. Very, very powerful. And this child has been kidnapped. I believe, well, the book suspects the child was kidnapped by its father.
And the glass would just fall.
You are not supposed to know that they had your child in the first place.
Well,
But
given that the mother was a sort of prodigy, it does not surprise me that they would have run the tests, of course.
they were keeping the child for training and observation. They noted strange DNA, strange ancient sort of lines. But please know, if I had known this earlier, I would have said something. I didn't. I've only seen the report the child has been taken.
Yes. Well, when did this happen?
It just happened very recently.
How days, weeks, hours could matter. How recently, Librarian, was this?
I would say last month.
Last month.
So just so you know, that would be after y'all destroyed the second batch of clones, when
Someone's in a mood.
Someone might be in a mood. Somebody might have lost a whole bunch of clones and then taken a very fast ship and kidnapped your child.
Mm. Oh, that's fun. What fun timing.
Mm.
Librarian, who wrote this book?
And
at this point, the glass has fallen on the ground.
Yeah.
It's like spilled out, and she's kind of leaning forward and not exactly pawing, but
Yeah.
if there was a mental way to be pawing, that's what would happen.
Listen, there are forces here in the system. And
There are forces everywhere. Who wrote the book, Librarian? Who wrote the book?
I can give you I can give you a name and a location of where it came from. But you must know that the people you travel with are incredibly unshielded. They're loud.
Oh, librarian, they're so loud. They're so loud. And it's so loud all of the time. You don't know what it's like. It's screaming constantly.
You are doing a great service for the consulate, being here with so many loud ones.
They have enough of a voice in psionic space to be constant. They dip in and they play with it as if it's just a toy. They haven't seen the things that we see when we're going through the training. They haven't seen the things that I've done to people.
What you've done for the consulate. But the consulate has not done well by you by keeping this from you. But now the thing they tried to hold safe has been lost.
No. Holding safe. The way to hold her safe would have been to leave her out of this. They put her in complete the line of fire for something like this. It cannot be allowed to stand this carelessness.
I have a way off of the palace in a subtle way. If you need...
Even with the ban?
Well, my ship is not docked here on the palace.
Ah, I see. Do the book, Librarian, the book, did he give any clues, any hints?
Yes, there was a slaughter.
That sounds about right. Do they know the kidnapping was successful and not just Librarian, did she make it?
As far as we know, yes. There has been an alert put out. The consulate is trying to get her back. But I didn't feel right. Your aunt once saved my life.
Did she?
She did. It was something small, I imagine, for her. She just walked by and plucked the mind out of someone who was about to kill me. As if she plucked a piece of fruit out of a tree.
She was one of the best to learn from.
So when I read the book, I had to tell you.
Librarian,
Yes.
I have not seen my child in 9 years. I tried to put it as far out of my mind as I could, but I don't know what your situation is. But the thought never strays far.
No.
I went through that training. I know what they do. She was a happy child. She shouldn't have to have gone through that.
I'm afraid it was a bit worse than what you have gone through, because she was seen as a bit of an experiment. And this does mean that you are a person of interest for the consulate.
Yes, of course.
You're still listed, of course, as one of us, as loyal, but, well, I suspect they have questions.
There's another of us who's here, posing as a noble. Do you know anything of him?
Send me his image.
And would hold her hand up and just kind of pop up his face and rotate it around.
Oh. No. He's not on my book list. Though he is one of us, I think. But
He's up to something.
I think he might be Navy. That's odd. What would he be doing out here?
Yes, out here having conversations in the open, so the unlearned may hear. Ugh.
Is he learned?
The impression I got is more so than the show that he was giving off. It was all performative. But I don't like it. All of this coming together right now, after everything. I don't like the flavor of it.
There have been movements in this area that were a bit unusual. A bit more books being delivered here and there.
I don't like it. Something is happening and I don't like it.
If you wish, I can take you as far as I can. It is my job to deliver books from one place to the next. I travel quite extensively.
Yes.
My ship is fast. I am not the only ship in the reaches, though. The Ghost is also out here.
And with that, the Harlock will lean forward and take a librarian's hand. They spent a little time together before in a sort of unseen way.
Yes, it is true.
So at that point, the Harlock reaches forward and takes the librarian's hands, and just everything that it almost back to how people responded to her on the surface, where it's a little less, a little less of what she's normally doing.
Yeah.
It is dangerous what you're offering.
I know.
I've been marked. They will come after me.
I think it suits them to keep you out here a bit longer. But
they must know.
Well, you've been out of earshot for some time. And the reports come in. Technically, there's nothing they can say. And you are, after all, a noble. You have the right to privacy in ways that others do not.
And do you?
Well, no one's caught me reading any books yet. Wait. And she sort of pulls out a small book. I thought you might want this. You are always so thoughtful giving gifts to others, and I thought I could give a gift to you. And she passes over this really small, blue-covered book.
And the Harlock takes it.
It's a book of poetry. A book of Zodani poetry from a poet from 7,000 years ago. It was one of your favorites. You once told the librarian one poem by this poet, and she found the entire book.
This is very thoughtful.
I've given you this book. I will have to go back to my ship. If you wish, that is an anchor to me. You may teleport to where I am to my ship, and then I can take you as far as you need to go.
She looks down at the book. Well, must you leave? Must you leave now?
Well, I could stay longer, but I imagine the people at the cafe will start finding it awkward.
Let them find it awkward. Just for a bit.
All right. Why don't I sing you a song?
That would be nice. And she kind of sits back and settles in, and kind of puts one hand just forward, just knowing that the librarian will take it. And she closes her eyes, and like as this song is happening, there's just like tears just streaming down her face.
And the librarian sits sort of next to you, so you can lean in on the librarian as the librarian sings this song about being alone. It's a song you know well, that you've heard before, that once I think you even sang before. Now, with that, Quint. It's very early in the morning. Very early in the morning. Too early in the morning.
Oh, yeah, that checks out.
When you hear a tussle outside of your cell. A hullabaloo. A problem. A conflict.
I will get out of bed, put on the very, very nice high thread count silk robe, and go over to the door. I can't open it because it's locked and I'm a prisoner, but I can go over to it to listen.
You could try opening it.
I don't know if I want to do that. I'll listen first.
You hear...
Because, this room is so spacious, I actually have to, leave the bed to go to the front, to the door.
It is true, actually, you do.
To listen.
You hear Wesley saying, "What are you doing here? Get out of here. You don't belong here. Nobody wants to see you." You don't know why Wesley is here, but Wesley is here. And then you hear a voice. Another voice.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Good, before I chime in. Because I was about to just chime in with, Wesley, what are you doing here?
And you hear the voice of a guard saying, "All right, you two, none of this. First off, young man, when I allowed you to sleep in front of this door, I didn't think you'd cause trouble." What were you going to say?
Just laughing. Just like, oh, Wesley. It's because they know it's Wesley that he's talking about.
Yeah. Now, what is all of this? What is all of this? I'm here to deliver breakfast? What's going on? And then sort of muffle. Oh. Excuse me, says the guard through your intercom.
Yes. I just... Oh, I go, oh. I push it. Yes?
Quint Vesper, this is your guard here with breakfast. A bit
nice
early,
to
I'm
meet you.
afraid. Oh, it is my honor. Would you like your breakfast?
Sure, yes. Early breakfast is fine. And Wesley, you have a bed. Why are you sleeping in front of the door?
Well, I just wanted... And then the door opens up, and there you see a guard, all in finery, with a lovely tray of food.
Yes.
Including not paste, like a really nice egg.
Oh, wow.
Like it's a...
I mean, the paste was
really,
good.
The paste was good,
yeah.
but this is very spicy, with the really great little bento box with all the little bits just
Ooh,
in the perfect
go
way to
on.
do it. Very fresh, some of the best food you imagine they have because, again, Noble's prison. And
Yeah.
he's standing there, and there is Wesley, who has clearly been sleeping in front of the door the entire time.
Bless him. Quint thought like he'll follow me here and then go back to the game. No.
No, he wanted to make
No.
sure you were safe. And also Duke Hendricks, standing right there.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
Yep. cool.
It seems that perhaps he and Wesley were in a bit of a tussle. Wesley seemed to have been a bit protective of you and wasn't quite certain what this fellow was doing here.
Yeah.
And Duke Hendricks says, I am an Imperial Duke, and I have come to meet with the prisoner. And Wesley's like, don't you dare call him a prisoner. He's not a prisoner.
Wesley, I am a prisoner right now. You saw me get arrested. You were there.
Well, but you shouldn't have been.
That's a different story.
And the Duke says, well, I demand that this amazing Soleimani be let free. Well, the guard says, I'm so sorry, I cannot do that, but visitation is allowed. I mean, it's not like we are barbarians here. And the guard is like, both of you stay outside, comes in with and puts the tray on the desk so that you have a really
Thank you.
lovely breakfast. Oh, of course. If you need anything else, please let me know.
Yes.
The princess will come in to have a conversation with you, probably later today.
I expected as much.
If you need anything, security-wise...
I understand that she's very busy, so if it's later, I understand.
Yes. And he just sort of looks at the two. He goes, you know, my job is to keep you safe. And
Neither of them mean me any harm. Let me scold one and let the other visit.
all right. Guard turns around, being very much a guard.
Yes.
All right, you two. One of you is being scolded, one of you is visiting. And Wesley steps forward. That's me, I'm visiting.
Wesley,
Yes. Are you
can
okay?
visit later. I'm fine. I'm very fine. Very okay. You do not need to worry about me right now.
Okay. Well, I'll just be outside then. Just in case.
You wanted to see the surface of Drinax.
Yeah.
I downloaded the video I took of the Vexpec surveys
Oh.
onto our little viewing thing that we watch Crash
Right.
Jones on. So you
Yes,
can
is there-
go back to the ship and watch the full tour.
Well, I just don't want to leave you by yourself.
Wesley, I'll be very fine by myself.
But nobody should be by themselves.
Sometimes people need some alone by themselves time.
Okay.
Although I do
prison.
appreciate you looking out for me. And I lean into Wesley. Wesley, this is the nicest prison I've ever stayed in my life. It's like a luxury hotel room. Really, I'm okay.
Okay. And he nods. And he just sort of like gives you a quick hug.
Like very conspiratorially.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, yeah.
He just gives you a quick hug.
Yeah, pat. Like a
guard does
parental
not-
pat, kind of.
Yeah. The guard is
Yeah.
not bothered by this at all, because
Yeah.
apparently
He's
nobles
a
are allowed
kid.
to have hugs with people.
That's fine. Cool, love that. Yep.
Yeah. And Wesley sort of like nods and sort of walks out and just kind of gives Hendricks a look like, who are you? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know who that is. And the guard's like, well, I would say that I would stay in here, but nobles are allowed their privacy, so... and sort of like gives it a
And
look
Quint
little...
almost face palms. It's just like just as a temple touch to avoid full like, well, you prisoner nobles all are allowed your privacy. Quint's just like,
Well,
okay,
Yeah.
all right,
And the guard
that's
walks
fine, I
out,
guess.
leaving
This is
Duke
why.
Hendricks in the room with you as the door shuts and locks. So,
Rather early in the morning for a visit.
I just found out about it.
I'm going to eat my breakfast. There's a lot of space to sit and talk, but I'm going to be eating first because I was sleeping until 4 minutes ago. So
I will sit by your side and see what we can do. I will make this an intergalactic incident.
Please do not. Really, please don't. It's probably going to be fine.
Well, let's have breakfast.
I don't know if they brought breakfast or two, but I mean, there's a couple bites of something. The egg is mine.
You know, I've not ever really seen your face before 2 days ago.
Yeah.
At least
we
without your
probably
mask
have
on.
a lot to talk about.
I think we do. We apparently have time.
Yes, I'm not to be interrogated until later today. So.
Well, that's not going to happen.
No, it really should probably happen. To clear the air about some things.
Well, I think that we probably should clear the air about some things.
I'm being interrogated here, so it's probably going to be more of like a Q&A.
Well,
like we're going to
let's
have
have
now. I say as I sit down and like pull over the breakfast tray and go, great. Well, interrogation part 1. Quint is just like, this is awful. Yesterday, great. Today, bad start.
And that, though, is where we're going to end our episode for tonight.
Oh.
With the dawning of day 158, a little bit too early, because somebody just found out about somebody being arrested and did not like it and wanted to go take care of it. But then somebody else was sitting in front of their door, and there was a bit of a thing that happened.
Oh, Wesley.
So, let's go around the table and have everybody say who you are, where we can find you, and then give some love. And this is the penultimate episode for Season 5. Next week, we finish Season 5 with...
Seriously.
Some interrogations, as it turns out.
With what?
Some interrogations. And,
all around.
We can skip to the dance if you want to save those for season 6. I'm
You're right.
Let's just have a dance party in the last.
Yeah.
Just
Would
like
you like a pizza party?
I'm voting dance party.
Can we have class outside?
Sure.
Ari and I have been crying a lot. Can we have like
We
a
are.
party?
Right.
Can we just like?
So,
Yeah, my interrogation's not gonna have any tears.
nope.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's
he
gonna
does
go
have some
totally fine.
questions. Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Just play a character that doesn't have emotions.
No, just like the Harlock has no emotion. Speaking of the Harlock, Rocket Fox, who are you? Where can we find you next? And give some love. And our penultimate episode for season 5.
Yes.
That
whole thing. Yes. Hello, everyone. It's me, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. And yeah, if you want to find me, I'm mostly on Instagram these days. Like, apparently an old person, because I guess people have moved on to much younger and more exciting platforms now. But look me up, you'll find me. And if you're in the area, you should come get a tattoo from me, because that is fun. And also, if you're in the area tomorrow, I am actually going to be at a print bazaar where I'm going to be selling my handcrafted goods, such as things like this.
They're so good.
They are
Thank
amazing.
you.
Where is the area?
I guess that would be helpful. I assume if you're near me, you'll just pick it up and
You'll
know
just be like,
inherently.
I think I'm near Rocket.
I assume
that's how I
this is
tend to
psionic
operate.
entirely.
Right.
Like I just,
They
It's
get a
psionic
divining
sale.
rod.
Yeah.
Divining rod, and they just follow it.
But St. Louis, on the Missouri side. So if you're around there or within driving distance, it's a really cool event. Though there's a ton of artists that all have their stuff out for that day, and it's up and down this entire. Hey, I know that guy.
Hey!
Oh my gosh! Look
Wait,
at all,
wait.
Who,
Mine
who
is super
knew?
wrapped in bubble wrap right now. That's not fair. I haven't unpacked my art yet.
Oh,
Oh my gosh!
mine's
Guys!
Ah, it's so good.
Yeah, so good.
Oh my gosh! That moves the little emotionless me.
Okay.
Which is nothing like what I'm actually like. So, but yeah, to that end, the love for this week. I mean, listen, Greg and Ari, you all just you make all of this, and you make it on your own face, and then you make it on all of our faces.
It's called
And
crying.
I don't believe in it. It's not my platform.
They're feelings. The part of feelings. The
I
side
don't
effects
know
of feelings.
I don't know. It gives me a weird chill. But no, I always love seeing this connection continue to grow and transform and evolve. And I think it's been really cool to see throughout all of the seasons that we've gotten through so far, getting to where we are now. I think that's fantastic. And I love the way that Trooper, you manage to like pop in and out in such an organic, beautiful way that just really fills out the space and crafts the scene so nicely. And and that's in Cord, what are those again? Those felines or something?
Yeah, that's
Felines,
as a spokesman for cat people.
yeah. Both in moments like that, but also in like really fun moments. You're always just they're the perfect amount, which I love. Lindy, you're getting back on the camera in all of your comfy attire, slayed in every possible way. Like it was, I don't know if you're actually drinking sparkles, but
It's a light bulb.
in here, absolutely.
It's a protein shake. I just transferred it from here to this.
So also being healthy and drinking a protein
in it to make it look
limited
like boba.
flavored.
Right.
It's delicious, actually.
No, I think that's her glass.
Oh yeah.
It's the glass that looks like boba.
Ah,
I love
nice.
that.
I don't even know what to make of that.
This robe and glass was my matron of honor gift at a wedding
Wow.
like a number of years ago.
May I also just ask, did you literally have a sheet mask on earlier?
No, I just slathered my face in this.
Toothpaste.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
nice.
I just had to know.
Toothpaste.
I was like,
Right, is that what-
would be
is that-
so
Because
painful.
I
Is that what
wasn't
people
sure.
do? I don't know.
I wasn't sure we
Wow.
were gonna cut back over it, so I was like, you're not supposed to leave those things on for more like 10 minutes, so let me just get lotion.
There you go.
No, that. Oh,
Real thick.
Lindy, always taking it to the next level. I
Very
love
good.
it. And and Cord, I gotta say, like, I felt the visceral discomfort of Rax in that moment of this guy just being like, so we're roomie
Hang out?
buddies now. We're gonna hang out. It's gonna be the
What size skin are
the
you?
ad
What?
the
Nothing?
admiral. Well, during that scene, we're in our chat and I'm talking about like he's gonna take you to the cuddle corner.
Right, yeah, this is my smush room. What? Nothing, I mean gaming room.
Yeah,
Hang out
and
here.
I love it. I love it all around. Y'all are amazing. And I'm super excited for our finale next week. That is me.
Speaking of people who are excited for the finale next week and who is like not at all unhealthy in their relationships with Terrica, hey, that would be Val. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love.
Unhealthy. I think it's a very healthy. No,
Yes.
it's not. Hey everybody, my name's
No,
Greg.
it's
I play
totally
Dr.
fine.
I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here on the Academic Foxhole with the Gamblers. My favorite place to be. I was doing the math, Trooper, and do you know that we have been rocking these Friday nights? You and me, buddy, we have been rocking these Friday nights for 4+ large right now.
Yeah.
So I am. I was like, this is. You know what? Honest to God, it seems like it's been just like that. Like,
I
know, 2-3 months
Yeah.
maybe. It's been an absolute blast. Being here with
every
everybody.
Friday
being
for
with
like
chat.
4 years. 4+ years.
Yeah,
my
for a
friend, you and
long
I.
fucking time. Yeah, it's been really, really fun. And some of the absolute best table I've ever sat at. You know, the best players. That's all of you guys too. You guys are assholes, but you're I like you. It's just the best. And you know,
I'm a character.
You know, my love for each and every one of you is it's the same stuff every week because you get awed by excellence, and it's the thing you think you're going to get like used to that, like, oh, I know these people, I know they're great, and then they're like, you know, hold my fucking beer, I'm going to show you how amazing I am, and then they go do that, and you know, we laugh and stuff that Lindy comes back and she's all decked out in her spa shit.
But I mean,
Lindy stopped, got all decked out in her spa shit, and got back on camera. I mean, I dare you, find like 100 other streams and you're not going to find a Lindy or even half a Lindy. So, I mean, playing with each of these people has just been an absolute joy. They've made memories. And why I brought up the 4 years is this. I've played with Fox a huge length of that time. Lindy and Cord and Ari and, of course, Trooper the entire time. And there are things that I see in my normal day life that remind me of these players and the characters that they have portrayed. I see people ride by on a motorcycle, you know, somebody riding in the back, and I think, oh my God, Fox and I did that in a show one time, and it was fucking badass. And I see all of these things that remind me of these people, and I hear things, and I see somebody says something, and I think, oh shit, that's what they said in chat the other week, or it's very similar. This place means a ton to me. It means it's a place where I go to have an end of the week breather, where I go and I say, my God, the week is over. Thank God the week is over, because now it's time to be here. Friends, I love each and every one of you. That's everybody in chat. That's everybody you see on this screen. That's everybody you've ever seen on this screen here at the Academic Foxhole, because Trooper only puts the best at his table. And why is that, everybody, you ask? Because Trooper's the best. If you look at Trooper, you hear Trooper, you know Trooper. There is no cloak. There is no veil. There is no Wizard of Oz that's going to pop out behind the corner and ruin some surprise for you. This guy's the most genuine motherfucker I've ever played with. I'm so glad he is my friend, because it makes my life better. And for 4 years, it seems like a blink. See you next week for this fucking finale.
I hope you recorded that and put it into Lindy's video for Trooper for the streamiversary.
Which is when?
You know, Cord is up next for
tomorrow.
Dang it.
Which is tomorrow.
Yes. What is that? But Cord, you are great. You should say who you are and where we can find you, and give some love to people who are not me, obviously.
Okay.
To Lindy.
All right, fine. I'll give my love to you two, because tomorrow is your streamiversary, and we should all go watch it.
Ew.
Okay, we don't like that. All right, I tried to help. Anyway, so hi everybody, I'm Cord, also known as Mythomatic. I stream sometimes. I haven't in a long time, but that's because I've been busy with work and life and things. I'll get back to it at some point, or I won't, whatever. Anyway, you can follow me on Bluesky, or you can join my Discord. I don't even remember the link anymore. It doesn't matter. Follow me on the things, or just Google Mythomatic, and you could see me there. Anyway, hi. Tonight was great. I loved it. My favorite moments tonight, I think, was that I was not expecting that scene at all with Rax. That was wacky and weird. And,
look, the thing is, you have to live in it. You have to live in the appropriate quarters for a noble. It's just that they don't really have any free space. They're like, well,
hey,
you're an admiral, so
you gotta. I'll just stay on the ship. No, you have to stay here. Smash cut to the cells that Quint is in. Which I thought was great. I just loved that, like...
You could have Lady Hill's old office.
Right, yeah, what's she doing?
Be used for anything.
Yeah.
Well,
I was so waiting for a...
That's what I should have said.
Hey, Severence,
man.
you up? Or, hey, Quint, you up?
You up?
How's it going over there?
I'm sorry, I can't receive communications while in prison. I'm just...
What? Anyway, yeah, super great. I just love that, like, that silly contrast between the two. Anyway, more love. Greg, watching you melt into Val every week is so awesome, especially in those really awesome scenes where, I mean, and that's just, that wasn't a very descriptive description word. In those really, like, poignant scenes that you have with Terrica is just so awesome, and we get to see not just Val like this, like cowboy doctor that is now like we get to see this
like we had an archetype when we first saw and learned about Val, right? There was like everybody had that image, but now we're seeing so many layers and like the gooey, juicy center of this of the hard candy that is Val, and it's just so cool to see that every week. So thank you so much for bringing that. And like I said, yeah, just watching you just morph into that is just so cool. And it usually happens with one or two words, or maybe even just the softness of the eyes, because we know that that Val is holding back tears, and it's like, oh man, it's just so good. So anyway, thank you for that. It's just so great. Your one-liners always as well at the closing of scenes are always such a nice little button to close up everything. So it's just always great, and it's always inspiring. And I wish I was half as fast as you were when it comes to those one-liners. Ari, when you said tonight, let's just RP it. I just loved that that offer. Instead of being like, okay, well, how are we going to do this, and having that out of character, because like that's really easy to do, and a lot of people do it. Yeah. But I love figuring shit out in character. You get more. I think you get more scene, but two, you get a lot, because like Cord, am going to think of something different than Severence would, and sometimes I have to justify how Severence would use that plan if I really like it. But in the scene, it's really awesome to be able to just be like, well, my character just thought of that. Okay, wow. And it's just really cool to have those characters collaborate and make the story makes the idea, or the story comes up with the solution, and the scene comes up with the solution versus table chatter. So anyway, loved that. Lindy, and love you dipping out and coming back tonight. It was awesome and hilarious. But also I loved the how honest Quint is with everything. Just like, yep, all right, here are my guns. And the pile of guns and the drugs, and that are like right. And then I've got right, and then just the hand was just so cool. It was just so funny because it was just such a the honesty of Quint was great, but also just the visual of you being like, is that everything? Oh wait, right.
It was like she was entering Bartertown.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. And then of course with just like, we're gonna put a green ribbon around your arm. Don't untie this. You're like, hey.
There's protocol. That's all. Yeah, you know what I mean? You just
love that. So. And also, Harlock tonight, you and every episode we get to see more and more of the Harlock rocket as you bring more and more. Yeah. As I guess the character of the Harlock blooms more from like Harlock the agent to Harlock the person, and I love that. And I'm so happy we get to see that, and it's really great and it's really wonderful to just be an audience member for it, and to just watch it and to enjoy it, instead of being like, being in a scene is always great too with you, but also being able to just sit back and watch you and watch your character, and actually, because when you're in a scene, you don't get to like really sit and watch the character. So it's been a pleasure to watch and see happen. So thank you for that. And Trooper, tonight, you had such wonderful scenes that feature each and every one of us, which I loved as always. And also, I obviously wrote down everything because I couldn't remember. Anyway, and all of your scenes tonight with Greg, there was this moment where you were both Val. Have no idea how that happened, but both of you get it, and that's great. I'm so happy that you both understand what's happening, because I don't, and that is also what I love about it is. Knowing that you two trust each other with such wacky, like cerebral offers, and me going, I don't know what's going on, but this is cool that they get it. So it's just really like it's just so cool, like, because it's like that unspoken like offers that each other have, and are able to just go, and to pick up on it. And even if you don't understand what's happening, you still trust each other to know that the scene will explain itself. And yeah, so that's it. You're all wonderful. And this is just, I love every week. I love coming here and watching and playing with all of you. This is a highlight of the week. and it is just great. It's great to have this. So thank you for facilitating and curating this wonderful space for us to play every week, Trooper.
Oh, Lindy, there's something that I haven't told you yet. You haven't finished character creation, and
What?
next week we're going to finish character creation for you.
Oh, what did I miss?
Two things that you've missed. Well, it's one thing, but twice, and it will impact 2 other people in this game next week.
Oh. Yeah, because I didn't have anybody during character creation. So that makes, I know what it is now. Yeah.
Yes. In character creation, everybody gets 2 moments with other characters that happen in your backstory, where then you get to get a skill point, and they get to have a skill point.
Oh, fun.
And when that happens, then you're a part of the crew, not a spy anymore.
That is correct.
Oh,
Wesley,
that's so
Wesley,
That's
Wesley.
And you will be interrogated by someone.
great.
And
So, people, you could say people. 2 people, at least.
So be prepared for, to finish your character creation. But
Oh, boy.
loving Lindy, you're not next. Ari, tell me. Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? And please give some love.
Hello. Hi, I'm Ari _ventures. So much love for this table, for the chat, for the space that Trooper creates. Like, this is just, honestly, like, I think when we were in the green room before we even came on screen, I was like, this is one of the highlights of my week. Maybe I said that on screen. I don't remember. It's been fantastic. The point is that it really, truly is, like, getting to hang out with these folks, not only on a, like, personal level of, like, oh, these are very cool people and chat is amazing, but also realistically, like, just the professionalism and the level of skill that each and every person brings to this table is it blows me away every week. And I consistently tell people that I learned so much just from being at the table with everybody here. And that is very true. And so here are, I didn't have one-liners for everybody, I'm sorry, but here are the ones that I found for tonight. Wesley's, it's me, I'm here to visit. Like, when we all know it's not Wesley. And then Quint's like, there are a couple of bites of something, the egg is mine. Like, it was just so very
Eat the protein.
The protein, yeah.
This is not a breakfast for 2. If you're starving, you can nibble some stuff, but not that. That's mine.
No, yeah, the protein is important. You have to prioritize protein. I get it.
Yeah.
Right. That's why
he's got guns.
That's the whole reason why we lift
Gains.
weights, right? Yeah. Honestly, though, it wasn't a line so much as a, like, the moment where the Harlock, Fox, this was the moment where the Harlock, like, asked the librarian to stay.
Yeah.
And then the librarian was like, oh, should I sing this song? And it was this, like, super sweet connected moment. We don't get to see a whole lot of those with the Harlock. And especially after, like, all of the heartfelt everything that happened in that scene. And then to see this, like, no, please don't leave me alone. Like, oh, so beautiful. So beautiful. And then, Cord, when you were like, oh man, Severance, there was, when you, like, come in to be like, hey, did you do this thing? And Terrica's like, I didn't. Wait, you believe me? And then the, like, yeah, because you're the calculator that's confirming the thing that I already knew. Like, Terrica's so fucking mad at Severance right now, but at the same time, there's this, like, oh, you believe me. Like, there's an evolution of their relationship that I think is developing, and I think that's because of the way Severance is interacting with Terrica to a huge extent, which is very cool, and I like it. I think it's delightful. I don't want them to be enemies forever, honestly. I really don't, even though Terrica is...
It's honestly a lot of fun getting everybody to go, God, I hate that guy, and then being going, what? Like, there's always like, wait a second. It's that
Yes!
I'm constantly dancing between doing a shitty thing and then being like, I'm not so bad. I'm a shitty guy again, but I'm not so bad. And it's a lot of fun.
You swing so well between the two, like, ends, right? The two polar opposites. And it's fantastic because, like, anything else, Terrica probably would have just chewed you out. But you walk in to be like, "Hey, did you do this? Yeah, okay, I didn't. I know you didn't." And then all of Terrica's ammo is just like,
He just disarms all the time. Yeah. He's
yeah.
not a fighter, but he's always disarming. Yeah,
He's so fantastic. You do a fucking amazing job, man. I love it. And Greg, of course, Val's like just talking about the first moment where he saw Terrica and fell in love, and like, sure, Terrica and Val are super fucked up, and honestly, like, they don't have a healthy relationship, like, on any level. I think
it's super healthy.
Yeah, so healthy, that whole thing that they're doing right now. But like, that was a super sweet, and we're just like seeing more of these honest moments between the two of them, right? Where they're like going, okay, I'm not going to lie to you about this other thing. I won't tell anybody else about this, but I'm not going to lie to you about this thing. And I kind of like that evolution. I think it's pretty fun. And anyway, you did the like description of the love scene beautifully, and I was like, okay, I'm going to learn from this. Learn how to do love scenes like that. Okay, that's beautiful. Nice. So thank you.
So, now it is time for Lindy of the laughing and loving variety. Love Lindy. Who are you? Where can we find you next? And then also give some love.
Hi, it's me, Love Lindy. My love first goes to, I'm gonna go around in the counterclockwise based on my screen. Greg, you were saying how you see things in real life and you're like, oh, I've done that in a game, Whereas I went to Venice and went, oh, Greg burned this all down in that one Cthulhu game we were in. Our first Cthulhu game. Wow, I should send him a picture and then like laugh about it and send it to him. This picture's just for Greg. Haha. Wow, look, recovered real nice after that one time you burnt it down. Send. I did that. And that's how I think of Greg. Is I go around things and I just think of you sometimes and all of the shenanigans we have done. Oh, I love it. And you're fantastic. And I have nothing but nice things to say about Greg all the time because Greg is great. Oh no, I'm scared for tomorrow's video now. Ari. Because Greg also makes me cry more than anybody else. I don't know why. Greg's got like it fine-tuned. It's his hidden talent, make Lindy cry. But Ari, I really enjoyed how you were like trying to feel out the other person. Was like, do they have a bug in Princess Rao's room? Is this? I liked the sleuthing.
They've been so sus about Lady Fiona since Lady Fiona was acting bodyguardish around them. And because they know other things about Lady Fiona. So.
And I love that you were trying to like suss it out. I thought that was great. I was like, Detective Terrica on the case. That was my highlight. I mean, everything else was also fabulous, but I just particularly enjoyed that. As I was like smearing lotion on my face, I was like, oh yeah, this is great stuff. Cord. Goodness gracious. Severance just knows how to make an entrance, and I respect that. At all times, whether it be really loudly on the comms as soon as he walks onto a ship to everyone's annoyance, except for me, because I was having a spa day.
Thanks to Severance.
In prison.
You're welcome.
I mean,
Thank you. Thanks to Severance.
Posh spa day. Posh prison spa day.
He knew the whole time.
He did not.
How they do it here.
It worked out. Thanks to Terrica and the Harlock. Vouching for me. Because let me say, Quint would have been a little pissed if it had been gravity prison. I just, you know. Barracks prison? Fine. Quint's been to prison before. But I just, you know, Quint might be like, totally fine that Severance was like, they're a spy after this, because the prison experience has been so nice. We'll see how the interrogation experience goes, though. That might sour it a little bit.
You might have some surprises with that.
It's not Terrica. You're fine.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I don't know. I'm worried about interrogation that's going to happen at the start of next week with Hendrix, because that's going to weaken my resolve for interrogation B. Maybe it's a tactic. Maybe they did this intentionally. I don't know, but it'll be great.
Cop. Yep.
Bad cop.
It's like romantic cop, other cop. You know?
Yeah. Oh, no. Ugh.
Romantic cop, stranger cop.
Yeah, romantic cop, stranger cop.
Yep. Which is my favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Danny DeVito was in that one, right?
Yeah, he was
yes,
in that one.
Absolutely. So I just appreciate how you know how to make an entrance and set things up, Gord. It's fabulous. Trooper, I'm not going to say anything nice about you today because we're going to be saying so many nice things tomorrow. And of course, Rocket Fox, find that baby. Not a baby anymore. Find that kid. I'm ready for you to get the milk cartons out. Start like have you seen this child that we don't have a picture of? Right? Have you seen this child? It's just a big question.
Looks kind of like this, but like about 30.
Like you just take an image of Severence and Harlock, and you just like AI meld it together and then like de-age it a little bit. Have you seen this child? And
have you seen these two people, but as one person?
Yes. Yeah. Have you seen this? Like you just like drop the transparency like 50% and just overlay it. Have you
shine
seen
the
this child?
flashlight behind the two pictures.
Yeah. Yes.
Everyone looks at. Oh.
I'm ready. I'm ready for that. Like wow, that's impressive facial hair for a child. But I'm just ready for.
I get that a lot.
I'm ready for the milk carton hunt. I know why it's happening, but I'm ready. And I saw that I was like, excellent. Yes, I'm very sad, but at the same time, fuck yeah, get that kid. It just brought me so much hype. So thank you for that. And then you can find me next tomorrow on my channel and Trooper's channel at the same time. Because it is our 8-year stream anniversary, which means I've been playing with Greg for like 7 years and 9 months now. Not that I'm counting or anything, but 8 years for both of us. We're both picked charity. I've picked Beyond Celiac because I have celiac disease, and let's get a cure, bitches. Let's go. Let's go get some research funded and some awareness. And it's going to be playing a tabletop RPG called Letters to the Stars. It's very epistolary. We start off together. We go off on terribly dangerous space missions, and hopefully we don't die and we can reunite. And we've picked up terribly tasting alcohol to toast to torture each other. And also,
are they buzzballs? Because those are great. In the worst case scenario, they're disgusting. Never do it.
My choice was Tequila Rose.
Just shoot it fast.
You chose Tequila Rose, and I chose Malort. Jepson's Malort. So
those both sound nasty.
Yeah. So it's going to be great. Many of you, including people in chat, have contributed to videos to make either of us cry when we hit a donation goal point, when we hit halfway to our ultimate goal, halfway mark. We get to have a terrible, terrible video. And by terrible, I mean wonderful. It's actually really nice. It's only terrible if you're receiving it because you're going to make us cry. Ew. And definitely Trooper, because I edit it together and it's almost an hour long. So I hope you're ready, Trooper. I don't know how long mine is, but we're gonna
8 hours. It's 400 days. It's you'll just never stop watching.
18-hour stream.
And it's all Greg.
It's no.
With different hats on.
If you have anything else. So I'm not saying anything nice about Trooper because it's going to be in the video that he hopefully unlocks tomorrow. Because I'm going to record that after stream. Because the only thing that's missing is my part. Because I was busy editing everything together and getting all the other stuff done. So. And that killed Greg.
Greg's dead.
He's gone. He's just on the floor.
That's it.
I killed
He's dead.
Greg. Greg, no. I didn't mean to kill you. Oh, he's alive, but call the ambulance. It starts at noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. if you're in the UK. That's all the time zones I've got off the top of my head. Over to you, Trooper.
I'm Trooper SJP, but before I say anything to wrap us up, I want to read out the donation messages.
Oh, yes.
We got 500 bits from Hawkeye, who says, "The Tagonists return!" Hold on. Nah, it's too far away. The Harlock confronting frauds. The Baron getting papers. Will Val and Terrica start to act like, dare I say it, nobles? And will Quint's prison cell get any worse when they inflict her with comfy pillows or fluffy cushions? Such abuse. Pardon me. The abuse is the fact that they can't run from Duke Hendrix. That was the best present that cord ever gave me. And
Yeah,
I'm so
I
happy.
can't run. There's no window. If there was a window, I'd be like, I'm
No
jumping, bye.
There's a
But
holographic window.
it's projection, so I'm just gonna put on an aesthetically appropriate scene like rain.
Mm-hmm. And then
Hide
we
my
get
tears.
a $50 tip from Voicemail Crew who says, I'm sure the professor's all right. No one is going to go after a person repeatedly talking about treasure, are they? Well, that'll come up.
We kind of forgot about that guy, didn't we?
Oh,
He's not
I
my
didn't.
problem right now. I'm in prison.
I didn't.
It's out of
well,
my
you've been
hands.
gone. I was like, oh, he's not being supervised. Interesting. And then, I know what he's up to. Willen, our wonderful note taker and our special sponsor, donated 100 bits, who says, thanks all for the amazing episode. So many feels again, also fun. Yes. And so I will just say, I'm Trooper SJP. I want to thank you all for being here. This is the penultimate episode of Season 5. The finale of Season 5 is next week, and then we'll be on hiatus until I think everybody's put in their numbers. So I believe February 28th is when we come back, when we all start back up again. And there will be fun things in the hiatus. Rumor has it that Greg might GM something for a charity one-shot in our hiatus. And there'll be other exciting things happening, but I cannot tell you about those just yet. What I can tell you about is tomorrow's stream. We start at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central, and it is going to be, we don't know exactly how many hours it will be because we don't know.
Between 7 to 10-ish.
Mm-hmm. Between 7 to 10 hours. And we are going to, it's going to be taking simultaneously on both Lindy's channel and my channel. And we did character creation last week for our session 0.
God.
We're both, we're playing secretly married spaceship captains in a weird Cronenberg kind of Geiger-esque future.
Very Geiger, yeah.
Yeah, very Geiger. And we are secretly emotionally monogamous. Nobody knows about and also we're fertile. Nobody knows about that either, because that's also a secret.
What is this?
And we are going to go on separate
Is the game
missions.
tomorrow?
We're in a socialist theocracy.
Yeah, socialist theocracy.
So I'm like a space nun pilgrim.
Yes. Space battle nun.
Except married?
I'm already lost.
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Space nun pilgrim.
Yeah, I'm a space nun who's a pilgrim. I'm on a pilgrimage.
Chemically castrated.
And I'm going to go and try to find our
You
predecessors
can't castrate a nun.
with their magic. I just saw Stormbinder's. I see Stormbinder's notes. I see it. And Stormbinder just said, 327. Mad props to everyone in this episode. Thanks again for bringing this world to life. Thank you for that, Stormbinder. It didn't click on me. And the way it works, just so you know, is that we each take it, like once we're going to say goodbye to each other in person at the beginning of our stream and drink our gross alcohol. And then we're going to go to our separate streams and bad things will happen to us. And we can send a message at the end of each turn to each other for 5 minutes max about what has happened to us. But that's
really
all we can say. And then we have to wait. And as we get farther and farther away from each other, we have to wait longer and longer before we can send that one message. And so I will not know whether or not pirates are attacking my space battle nun secret wife. And she won't know if there's a mutiny on my ship. Only you will know. And
It's really
we
cool.
won't know. Yeah, it's gonna be really fun, and there's a lot of downtime. And the further you get away from each other, the more downtime there is. And in that downtime, I'll be staying in character the entire time, so that'll be exciting. And you all can. We've got a lot of donation tiers, chilling. We have donation tiers. We'll have giveaways. We've got surprises, and you all can become one of our crew members. Hopefully, you won't die because it could be bad. We'll find out. But that's starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central. It's going to be our big 8-year anniversary. Lindy is raising money for Beyond Celiac. I'm raising money for the ACLU. And we have since our 8-year anniversary, we both started streaming the same month. I have an $800 goal, almost to the day. I have an $800 goal. Lindy has got an $800 goal. And got 400 apiece. We get videos to make each other cry. I'm going to win. And then at 800, if we hit 800, if we hit 800, we get to have a special dealer's choice. I get to ask Lindy to GM me in something, and Lindy gets to ask me to GM her in something, and I'll make it good. Yeah, we'll talk about it. And
same.
And we'll be here. Hey, by the way, you're hanging out, going I've got astronaut food that I have to pick up tomorrow from the office, so I'm going to be eating astronaut food and just being in character for 10 hours, and pick up your own astronaut food, grab a book, grab a sketchbook, just hang out and have a let's
I'm
spend
gonna
a
be
nice
working
day.
on craft stuff, video games, projects, all sorts of things. Maybe even a little GM prep for next campaign.
And I'm going to be
don't know.
hanging out in character as my diplomat and dealing with whatever is happening. We're using a lot of cool tech. Hang out with us. And
every dollar, you're going to be eating another freeze-dried ice cream bar.
yeah, I have some freeze-dried ice cream. That's true, actually.
Perfect.
But actually,
Exactly.
I've got Russian astronaut food, which I'm very concerned about.
Food in
because
tubes.
It's food in tubes, like the cheeseburger in a tube, though. So
Cool.
yeah.
I mean,
It's probably gonna be so gross.
That's a Hot Pocket.
Yeah, and
I made sure Trooper also got some like smoothie pouches to have like something that made sure it didn't taste bad, just in case.
Yeah, and if we get back and we don't die at the end of the mission, because we could die, we have
Yes.
Malort. That was what
Toast.
Lindy chose. Yeah,
We were.
It's gonna be good.
You said we had to choose something awful. You
Yeah,
chose
That was Malort.
Tequila Rose, and I chose Malort. As
Yeah.
Pope suggested it, so I was like,
Oh.
"Thank you, Pope."
And Pope is going to be our computer. Is going to be our liaison to let
That's
us know what's
cool.
happening. Yeah. So if you want to like RP and character in chat, come and hang out in mine. If you want to go and like have a nice good chill day, hang out on these. But really, you should hang out in both because then you
Yeah,
get the dramatic
both.
irony that we don't get. So that's good times.
Because you'll know what's going on. We won't.
Yep. And yeah. So I'm Trooper
We got
SJP. Thank
giveaways
you
and
so
stuff
much.
too. Other
Yeah,
fun
it's gonna be
stuff.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be good. So thank you everybody for being here, watching this crew who I love dearly, and I want to say so much love to Greg for just that was beautiful, right? Like when Greg was like, "Hey, you're not gonna have those dreams anymore," right? Like to see Val coming to realize what it is he's been doing, and having that sort of dawn on him, and realizing, oh, I can't just have Sue transform into Ruby. That might hurt Sue, but also that won't be it. I just actually need to do it. It was so good. And I want to give love to Severance because Severance, here's the thing, Severance is so smart. Severance is playing a political game in a really, really savvy way in like getting enough but not giving too much, just keeping people and just little things like, I turned in Quint, so that means I'm honorable. And Rex is like, that's true, actually you are, right? Just all these little ways in which Severance is able to just say the right things to keep people seeing Severance in the way that Severance wants to be seen, right? Just so brilliant, so well done. And I want to thank Rocket for, what you did. Rocket has done some things, and I cannot say what all of them are because some of them we'll find out next week. But I want to thank Rocket for the invitation which allowed me this setup. And thank you so much for asking the librarian to stay. And just like the screaming, like that moment when you're like the screaming, the noise, like, oh yeah, it would just be terrible to be in psionic space with a whole bunch of people who don't have shielding. You know what I mean? Like that's the worst. And I want to go
And you
and
all
give...
have like a bit of psionic power as well.
It's true.
So
Yeah.
it's like they're screaming in a real loud sort of way.
Yeah. Oh. And I want to go and give love to Ari for this look of surprise. I just sort of loved when Val revealed his plan. Ari was like, "Oh, hold on, wait, let me recalculate." It was so good, and I love to see the calculations like ticking, and I want to see how they're going to go with that one. I'm very excited. By the way, y'all can fly down to the gravity cages and then try to go murder some people. That is absolutely doable. You'll just probably have to bribe some people first or get them to look the other way. There are many ways to go about this. Many ways. And then
we just
Lindy.
need to talk.
Yeah, just need to talk. Lindy, I laugh you. I love you. And I also Lindy you, And
We have Lindied.
Yes, you've Lindied. I just want to say, I want to thank you for some of the world building we did. We discussed your prison. And I also want to thank you for yes-anding me when I made it look like you were going to go to the bad prison, but then you didn't.
I was like,
I just
hell
appreciate
yeah,
it.
let's go.
Let's do it. Honor system prison for rich people. And you got to go there. It was lovely. This is what it was. It was the best.
Just like real life.
Just like real life.
Oh.
You're on house arrest. Here you go. Thank you, everybody, for all that. And Lindy, I am so excited to be spending about 10
tomorrow.
hours with you tomorrow. And all the prep we've done beforehand for this amazingly cool thing we're going to do. But I believe that is us for tonight. And I want to thank you all for being here. You'll catch you tomorrow at 1 o'clock on my channel, Eastern, noon Central, or 8:30 p.m. Eastern on Wandering DM on Tuesday night for Warhammer, 4:30 p.m. over at Table Story Eastern for Tidal Blaze, which is getting people crying all over the place and had some wild stuff happening. And that's where you'll find me, everybody. I will catch you all on the flip side. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And let's just meet together tomorrow and make Lindy cry, because that'll make me happy. Bye, everybody.